Yeah,
men.
They're adults.
Men.
They're ready to go. It is funny though, because both these teams are so young, right? There's a lot of players that are having their like debut year. A player you're looking at on your screen here, Karan. Like all these guys are so fresh to the scene, but I think have grown up and evolved so quickly.
But this is the thing, we mentioned it already. There does seem to be a little bit of a curse with Pacific teams. Paper X, they couldn't do it. DRX, they didn't even really come as close as Gen.G and Paper X. It just feels like all the other regions, they're picking up trophies left, right, and center. And Kukuka, we still haven't seen one for the Pacific region.
And it's so crazy, right? Because if we go back to the early days of Valorant, to those first tournaments, it was all about Vision Strikers, DRX, Paper X. They've stolen our hearts so many times, but actually coming as close as Gen.G, not many have been, and it will be, I think, a very good reward for the year that they're having to be able to lift it and bring it home this time around.
Josh is a guy who's played against now all of the Pacific teams in this tournament. Do you think there's a reason that that trophy hasn't been lifted? Do you think there's a difference in the style of Pacific that has maybe eluded them in these deep tournament runs?
I feel like what they kind of lack is like the multi-dimensionality of their game plans, but they're very, very optimized on like how they want to take their fights. So as long as Neil, the head coach of Heretics, could develop a really good game plan for Boo to call, I feel like they can solve Gen.G.
Let me throw another question here at you, because there is a curse on the side of Pacific, but for EMEA, it feels like every time EMEA have reached the final, unless they're going up against Sentinels or another EMEA team, they've been pretty successful when it comes to lifting a trophy. Why do you think that is for that region? Because I really like the answer you just gave for why Pacific are still hunting for that trophy.
I think it comes down to the game plans and like expectations of like how you want to approach the game, and like I feel like Heretics is a team that can switch and adapt on the fly quickly, and that's enough to like at least secure a few rounds here. So to me, the question is that can Heretics absorb the punch that they'll get from Gen.G?
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? Because when we talk about that growth, I feel like Gen.G has had too much time to study every single kind of solution that Heretics have been bringing, but they still keep bringing surprises. Yesterday even, they changed the composition on Lotus, and you can only think, like, when is this going to end?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about absorbing punches. I feel like the biggest punch that Heretics will be throwing out is in the shape of a Turkish duelist. His name is V. And at this point, Mimi, if they manage to bring home this trophy, surely he will be the tournament MVP.
I mean, he is absolutely in that conversation. He has been absolutely ridiculous thus far. For those that weren't familiar with his full run, he wasn't a duelist player for his team coming into this event. They have to pick up a sub. Their duelist can't play at the event. He steps up to that plate and has been putting on performances like this. He has over 100 first kills in the tournament, which isn't adjusted for matches, sure, but that's already more than any other duelist player has gotten at a global event. He is so aggressive, his team sets him up so well, and his mechanics are absolutely sublime.
We knew this, you know, back in EMEA, Wood was one of the names that everybody was mentioning. Everybody was very excited. He only started playing with Heretics halfway through that first stage. So seeing him now in the international doing every single thing, and he's also one of the main parts that they have adapted, because moving into this tournament, knowing that Miniboo as a duelist is so flexible with the Neon, with the Euro, but on the side of Wood, he's been more comfortable in the Jet, the Race, more like simple style, and everything has come to fruition with all the plans that they've changed. And we can see it here on the rankings. He's first on almost every single thing.
I'm so sorry to bring this back to you, Josh. Like, I know you had suffered enough yesterday, but now you faced against, what, 3 times now? How good is he?
Oh, he's phenomenal. I mean, like the way he catches like these multi-kill rounds, and he just opens up the site for them so well. But I can't understate like how important their support line is. Rayans and Patatek.
Yep.
And my personal MVP for this tournament for Heretics is Patatek.
Oh, I like it.
I feel like without like his support and like the ability to clutch out those rounds, and he secured so many clutches against us. They wouldn't have had this like run.
Yeah, he's getting the opening kill in over a quarter of rounds, and that's absolutely not possible if you don't have as good of supportive players as this team does. I think the synergy between their 2 initiators, how they're using their utility in conjunction, and especially once they get that second cooldown, how much value they're getting out of that second stage of util, setting up really good plans every time. It honestly makes his life easy for a guy who's already so damn good.
Yeah, on the other side of this, though, if Gen.G were to bring this home, then Kukuka, for me, it has to be texture MVP.
I mean, I'm not surprised that you say that. I think that Texture beginning of the tournament and Texture during playoffs to me has been two different stages. Yes, he does have a lot of his team just supporting him and setting him up, but the way that him individually has felt within the server to me has been much better. This flick, by the way, he's done it at least 2 or 3 times. It's just very disgusting to see time and time again how he can make this place happen consistently. So of course, when we talk about being comfortable, having that experience, having the server time to playing as a duelist and being in the same role, Texture has to be #1.
I mean, you threw Pattytech's name out there for Heretics. Do you feel like Texture will be the guy for you for Gen G?
Yeah, I think so. I think his op is so scary to play against. We got punished by it multiple times. That flick shot he had against us on, oh, there it is.
Oh no.
That was crazy.
This is just
that was
torture.
crazy. Yeah, yeah.
But if you had to take your pick, you know, somebody you feel like would make more of an impact, would it be Texture or would it be Vut?
I think Texture for Gen G. Texture for Gen G.
I almost lean Woot just because this is his first tournament playing the role and because he's kind of stepped into it so last second. But both these guys are absolutely pivotal, excuse me. And I think for Texture as well, his like individual impact is almost more important for me because I think a lot of Gen G's game plans are really relying on like kind of like a simple like flash dash setup like that. And if he's not getting those opening kills, he's not finding those opportunities. I think this team's like mid-rounding is a little bit worse off than a squad like Heretics.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. If you see a good round from Gen G, you're going to be looking at Texture. From the side of Heretics, anybody can step up.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Vut because he's standing by with Mika Fabs.
I've got Woot here from Team Heretics. Woot, you have been the top of the town lately. Can you take us back to when you first found out you were going over to Master Shanghai? What was the pressure like and what does it feel like knowing that you delivered?
We came here for fun, but now we are going to grand final. Like, it's amazing feelings. I can't describe it. Like, you need to live for like understand that. So I'm very excited to play. We will see.
I can feel the excitement from you. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, he's excited to play, but the crowd is very excited to see him as well. As we've spoken about in the past, a lot of the fan favorites were knocked out before they even got to this arena. And at this point, honestly, Heretics, they might even be the new fan favorite.
Oh yeah, and I think that everybody can understand why. Time after time, any of these players are a freaking highlight reel, and in so many rounds, things just look ridiculous.
The way the crowd has gotten behind them is wild to see. They beat every one of the CN teams, knocked all of them out of this tournament, or at least down into the lowers. And
you would think that, you know, that
yeah, you think that would vilify them, but instead, all the fans here have gotten on board because they're just a team that is so easy to like when you watch these players play on stage. The vibes, Benji getting up and screaming, the energy. It really feels like that momentum is building to try and get a trophy here.
I think it really helps that Benji and Vut have been streaming on Bilibili, and their streams are absolutely hilarious. They were queuing with Texture as well. I feel like this is one of the dream finals. I don't see a world where this kind of atmosphere and this kind of story happens again. But speaking of this story, Josh, you wanted to talk about this man, Pattytech. Let's do it. I've been waiting a long time to talk about him. We heard it from his interview last night. He even said, I've had to grind for so long to get here because other people didn't want to play with me. Other people didn't want to pick me up. I let some opportunities go in the past, and now he's in a grand final. How poetic is that?
It's crazy. It's crazy. And well deserved, honestly. Like from our second match to the third match, like the level of improvement he had and like how much mastery he showed right away. Even like having a KO molly for our Killjoy on Icebox, those little things all matter. And like the amount of impact frags that turned a tide and delivered a 3-0 result for them, like, man, you're torturing me. You're torturing me.
I'm sorry to make you relive it. I'm sorry.
I mean, time after time, we've been talking about Pattytech and the impact that he's had in the team from the beginning of the year. He's never been just a sub. He's part of the team. I think that everybody can agree that Heretics is a 6-man roster. They can just be swapping people in and out. But I would be so pissed and so disappointed if people did not pick him up for next year. Pick him up, honestly, because
pick him up now.
He's proven that he can work in any kind of situation, that he can take teams to grand finals at international events, that he's been playing and knows this game inside and out.
What he's done is also unprecedented. The only team
Totally.
who had to sub someone in and make a run at an international tournament who got even close to this deep was Paper X back in
With
Japan.
CJS.
They were in the lower finals, but now Patatek is in the finals with this Team Heretic squad, and I think has a very real chance to lift a trophy as a player that wasn't even supposed to play.
Yes, so well deserved. But also, I don't know if you guys saw that on your screen. All it took was for Benji to get up from his seat and do a little wave to the crowd, and everybody on that side lost their minds. But why wouldn't you? Benji's been doing so well. He's just a showman, and he's great on the server.
I'm just surprised that he still has a voice. Time after time, we see those videos of him screaming, losing it, and yeah, this is this is literally all that you're going to see on camera. If he's not cheering Wood, he's cheering the rest of the team, but also individually, he just shines and merges so well with the rest.
But Meteor's been fantastic this tournament too. And Josh, I wanted to ask you again about playing against this guy, because it seems like even when he's alone on a site, he is so tough to deal with as a player.
Oh yeah, he destroyed us. I mean, I feel like he has a very unconventional style as a Sentinel player. If you compare it to Benji Fishy, like he plays his setups really well. Meteor is willing to break his setup and go for the unexpected frag and then like fall back. And that sort of play style is really pressuring in a stage like this.
He's like the one like Killjoy player that you're gonna see like playing in front of his util, and you're like, okay, he's got a whole plan about it.
Why is there? And then he gets 2. And then like what can you do?
It's one of the reasons also, like maps, for example, like Ascent, you know, when we think about Genji's best maps, or even Breeze,
Sure.
you think of Meteor and the impact that he has. It doesn't matter if it's on the Killjoy and he's doing something like playing in front of his utility, or he's just going with Euro, swapping everything around, and again, just merging so well with the rest.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the Killjoy, because Benji, obviously, they switched their comp against you yesterday. I wanted to ask you, did that throw you off at all? You know, seeing Benji go from the Cypher to the Killjoy. How much preparation did you make for that?
I mean, it's a comp that we faced a lot. It's been the meta for, I mean, thanks to Fnatic. So like we're familiar like how to play against that. So like it didn't really throw us off that much. But we did expect like a Cypher.
Do you think that's what they should do again today, just to stick with the new comp that they ran yesterday?
Oh, I think so.
What about you guys?
Yeah, I liked it. I think it looked really well put together. And this is not the first time we've seen them switching things up throughout this tournament because of that substitution we've been talking about. They've had to iterate on their comps and change up ideas. But despite that, the game plans look so thoroughly thought through. I think Boo's calling, like his macro calling, on pretty much all of these maps, even when the team is changing, has been so impressive this entire time. And I think that makes them, honestly, a pretty tough team to prep for because they can vary it up so much.
It's so surprising, but I think that yesterday we saw like the last straw of it. I would be surprised if we see any more of the changes because it really looks like they've reached a point where they feel comfortable, where we see, yeah, the changes on split, maybe deciding to play that Ascent that wasn't a good idea, but honestly, it didn't look that bad.
I'm down for a vote, Neon. Just the full off.
Yeah.
Give vote on the Neon. But it's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team is winning it all, and you guys have voted for Genji. What do you guys think about this? Controversial, or you expected this?
I mean, they have the double ban. They've been flawless in the tournament so far. I think that people get very, very excited because of how Heretics has made us dream and believe in everything that they're doing on the server. But if you are realistic and you think about Genji and the way that they've been performing, they do deserve to win this tournament. Also, they get that double ban. So there is a lot of things working in their favor.
I mean, they're like guaranteed to get to play Breeze, Ascent, some of their best maps really early in this series, which I think is huge for them. But for all I believe in Genji, I do think back to the last final they were in, where they were favored against Sentinels, where they had the double ban, where they were up in the series, and then the last map comes around, a map they should have been favored in, and the mental slips and it falls.
High five, girl!
Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. All right, of course, I have not deviated from my Heretics pick this entire tournament, but Josh, you're not on this graphic. Who would you have said?
I gotta go with Heretics.
One of us! One of us!
Yeah, sorry.
I know it hurts to say because I'm Korean. I'm like rooting for the Korean brothers, but like
It's all good.
Heretics
Peer
after
pressure.
facing them 3 times.
We get it, we get it, we get it. You're one of us now. But the wait is finally over. Today, 2 teams will take the stage, but only one can lift the trophy and make history. It's time to bring out your Master Shanghai Grind finalists, Team Heretics and Genji.
일단 제가 1티어 리그에 올 수 있을지도 사실 잘 생각을 하지 않고 있었고 프로를 하고 싶으시다면 좀 많은 것들을 버려야 돼요.
Genji's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do?
그러니까 이게 무슨 말이냐면 이제 친구들과 놀고 싶을 때 놀지 않아야 되고 그리고 자기의 어떻게 하면 게임을 늘려갈 수 있을지
They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
무언가를 이제 원하는데 그 원하는 거를 이루려고 할 때 그 한 가지 일에만 집중을 해야 되지 이게 다른 일까지 집중을 하게 되면은 저는 사실 프로를 추천드리지는 않습니다.
Trent gets the play, but now he's in a 1v3. The lockdown in play, and the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
We weren't coming to this tournament thinking we were going to win. The journey we've gone through in Shanghai, it's like a movie.
Mercedes-Benz Arena, show some love to Khelte. How does that feel, Khelte?
That's amazing. That's the best thing in my life. The last 4 years were really rough for me. I was struggling like mentally. I was thinking that I'm gonna retire. I think I learned a lot from that, and in my opinion, people need to go through bad times to appreciate when the good times are happening.
What a moment for Team Heretics, a 3-0 to make their way to their first global finals.
I always dreamed of people cheering for me. I always take a deep breath and I appreciate where I am right now.
For Heretics, the journey, the story, it is not yet over.
Finishing touches on this. Genji pick up right where they left off.
사실 마드리드 때랑은 조금 다른 분위기의 저희였기 때문에
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. 13-10, Genji!
저희가 마드리드 때 실력은 있지만 이제 멘탈이 조금 문제라고 생각을 했었거든요. 근데 국제전 이번에 상하이 들어와서 그 부분이 완벽히 해결된 것 같아서
They are back! Karen finds it! They get themselves into back-to-back grand finals!
사실 제가 이 젠지를 가장 마지막 멤버로 들어왔었거든요. 근데 제가 이 팀 들어오고 처음 연습을 했을 때 느꼈던 건 정말 제가 지금까지 만나봤던 팀원들 중에 가장 잘 쏘는 팀원들인 것 같다라고 느꼈었어요.
For Genji, they've always seemed like a different beast here in 2024.
The consistency has been unbelievable, and they are on the precipice of their first ever championship.
역시 챔피언이라는 소리를 들으면 페이커 선수가 제일 먼저 생각이 나는 것 같아요. 저희 한국 e스포츠계의 전설이자 이제 발로란트계의 페이커도 좋지만 발로란트의 라키아로 그런 좋은 사람으로 남고 싶습니다.
We gotta stay awake.
Genji will make it in the long run.
Genji, you guys had an easy run to the tournament. But that run ends now.
저희가 이제 상하이의 최종 보스입니다. 재밌게 해보자고요.
欢迎来到无畏契约上海大师赛决赛的现场。Genji TX 历经层层考验和挑战，从瑞士轮一路过关斩将，闯进了总决赛的舞台。今晚战役觉醒，他们将向最终的冠军奖杯发起最后的冲击。接下来，就让我们有请进入到决赛的两支战队登场。
是的，在上一次马德里他们是隐恨在了决赛，他们没有能够拿下那个 BO5，而这一次上海大比赛对于真姐来说又一次要遭遇 BO5，可能 BO3没有队伍能够阻止他们离冠军就差最后的一场比赛。是的，
太平洋赛车火种依旧延续，他们就是真姐。
Team Heretics
要怎么样的结局才能够配得上这样的开局，这样流光溢彩，这样的高歌猛进？双玉终将逝去，而青春才是所有。
让我们把最热烈的掌声给到这一场的胜者，来自于
EMEA 的 Team Heretics
Party Time。Race! Boom! Into fishing! Whoa! Musician!
It's the second time this year Genji will have an opportunity to lift a Masters trophy. They let it slip in Madrid, but this time around, all they need to do is to get past Team Heretics, the only team that's ever make a grand final with a sub.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at the maps, we do not see surprises. Bind is gonna go out, especially after the latest adaptations from Team Heretics. And Sunset is somewhere where Genji just does not want to face them. Breeze is going to be the first one in.
This is a really strong first few maps for Genji. Their Breeze has looked incredible with their Astra Yoru composition. Their Ascent, they have also been pretty much, undefeated thus far in this tournament. And you also have an Icebox and Lotus where they've shown to be competitive.
Let's talk about this Breeze right off the bat, Josh. I think we all expected it to come up in the first 3 maps. What do you make of this, and who do you think this favors?
I think Genji has a strong Breeze, but I feel like Heretics will come out with a really strong game plan to play against a no Sentinel Breeze. So look for them to abuse those gaps and see if they can pressure around the map to have those openings.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Genji has decided to take Heretics to a map where Minibu played the Yoru. They have not played it yet in the tournament, and that adaptation cannot come from one day to another because this is the last day. They have to come in with a new plan, but they knew they were going to be in this exact situation. They knew the Breeze was going to be coming up on today's matchup rather sooner than later. Genji was prepared. I want to know what Heretics has cooked for this one, though.
And there's a lot of options right now on what to play on Breeze. You can still play the default KO Nova comps that have been around forever. You can play the variations with the solo yard, or you can go ahead and steal something like the Gen G comp. There's a lot of options, and I think if they have a strong game plan, especially like you're mentioning, against that no Sentinel, no Cypher comp, there's a lot of potential here for them to get an upset early in the series.
And what people have to remember is, of course, Wood had to move to the duelist. It's not something he's ever played before. He has. And looking at the other plays, Paritek was an infamous duelist back on G2. He was great in that role. Reyes can play the duelist as well. In fact, I think they all can except for
It's
Boo.
just a very flexible team. Most of these guys have played a ton of different roles throughout their career.
I don't expect Boo to fill in that role. I think is the only person I wouldn't. But Josh, if this was you, your team, and you knew that you had to play Breeze, would you want to stick to the same comp and just move somebody onto that Yoru, or do something completely different?
I feel like I would just put Woot on Jet.
And just go with a single?
Yeah. I feel like the rest of the playbook could be kind of similar. Of course, you don't have the cross-map TPs, but, you know, the playmaking on Woot just covers that gap.
Woot in the lower finals was absolutely incredible. The amount of first kills, the amount of early engagements he was seeing, the pure confidence that the kid plays with is ridiculous. If he can even bring an iota of that into today.
Oh my goodness.
There's a chance, because he's locking that Jet.
It's a Sky as well.
I mean, I thought that we were going to see another debut coming from Wood just playing on the Euro, but as you're saying, he's sticking to the Jet. Paritek is on the Sky, knowing also how comfortable he is with the KO, how much experience he has with the agent. Are you surprised that he goes with the Sky?
I think the approach is that they want to use these little drones and dogs to try to scout out as much info as possible and try to find a way to crack into Gen G's defense.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see how they're going to play this Breeze and send it to the first map of this grand final best of 5. Show some love to your casters for today. It is Doug and Baby Bay.
2 teams remain, and there's only room for one. Legends will be born on this stage behind us, and a sold-out Mercedes-Benz Arena will bear witness. A best of 5, Dre, to decide who's the best in the world. It does not get any better than this.
Gen G have been given a glimpse of greatness before, and they fell short. Today, they play up against the contenders in the arena with a Woot who has been redefining, reshaping what it means to be a prodigy in the world of Valorant.
All that remains is for the game to start. Blades brandish, shields will shatter as we kick things off on Breeze. Heretics on the attacking side. An opportunity to completely eradicate memories of Madrid. Such a disappointing finish. But now they've gone so far. But the hardest step is yet to come. Benji Fishy trying to pave the way, following the dog, making their way out A. Tagged up by the walls, you see the spam coming through. First bit of blood goes the way of Gen G, and the last of it does too.
Incredible pistol round from the start for Gen G already. Looking poised, looking controlled. Yeah, they gave up all of that A space, but they were not afraid to fight that backside area as a team, as a unit. Lakia just lining up the shots right here. A job well done for the side of Gen G to start things off.
Those are big moments that you want to get on the board early on. You know, we often talk about this, Trey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. These are things where your mental will get tested. The depth of your strategy book can potentially get exposed. Texture's the one who's getting tested right now. Plucking Mood out of the sky. And of course, dipping in for a second, perhaps a third. But wisely decides to take a step back.
He was an imminent threat already. Not landing every shot he's taking, but just the pressure alone, making Heretics have to slow the round down.
It's enough of a threat. We saw Texture with the Marshall. You see a Guardian for Meteor and Charon as well.
Silent creep up all around the mid area of the map. Once contact gets made in this mid door, that's going to be the key for Boo to creep on up.
And creep into his death. Really no space to be found.
There's not many options right now for the side of Heretics.
Not at all.
Yeah, they have all the mid space. So at least they'll have some info of how Gen G like to play some of these default setups of 3-2s for future anti-ecos. As I say that, a rain of fire.
Hang on now, these classics are not supposed to be winning these gunfights, not at this distance, not against
30 seconds left.
Guardian on the other side. Can Heretics convert on this? Can they already make a mess of the situation?
There's a flank.
Player standing. Spike
Rian's
down.
getting caught, the spike not gonna go down. Patek's classic, the only thing standing between Gen G and a second round win. It's a big ask early on. And there's just no way for Patek to get to this. He's not even going to be able to get to the spike in time. He's just looking for anything that he can find, daring, wanting a fight, wanting to die. It wasn't the way he wanted to go, but he will go down. So Gen G get their second.
Salvation for Gen G. That was a nice round from Heretics to do a lot of damage, but even at the end there, the little things that are going to take us the distance, Doug. They give the kill to Lakia there with that Sheriff. Now, look at his ultimate. Viewers can't see it yet, but he has 5 ult orbs online. He's only 3 away from that Hunter's Fury. There you go. And an Operator already online for the first gun round of Team Heretics.
See that flash go out towards elbow, a little bit of presence B. Rian's making himself known.
Right here.
Whoop. Again, these openers from Gen G look so good right now.
Picks everywhere on the map, left and right. That Operator got online too. And yet again, a 5v3.
Oh, it's looking to double dip. Benji Fishy posted up on half wall.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Patek goes down. This has the potential of being a nightmarish start for Heretics. I mean, to go down flawless in your first gun round. When you imagine that you're playing for a grand final, this is not how you envision it to start.
Nerves can definitely be a factor in high pressure moments like this. And I think that's what we're seeing right now just from the start of Heretics, peeking individually one by one across the map. There was a pick B main on Woot. There was A main from Texture with that Operator. And then as well, just the solo peaks, B main after one after another. Just dropping like flies.
30 seconds left.
And so Benji Fishy now just has to sit by and wait. Hope and pray that the round will come to a conclusion without being detected. And hopefully carry that Vandal into the next round.
But they're on the prowl, they're hunting him. And it's because their economy is going to be flourishing no matter what. Why not? Here comes first contact.
Bloodhounds with nose to the ground trying to hunt him down. Benji Fishy feeling all the pressure. He will get cleaned up. The blood will be drawn. A flawless round as Gen G get their third.
Just dialed in is Gen G right now. Starting off strong as ever. Just a pixel meteor. The original member of this roster. He's been a part of the team since 2022. And he opened things up onto Woot of all players.
Yeah, to think about how influential Woot has been in getting this team to this point. Oftentimes putting together plays that almost don't look real. They almost look like they're defying the way the game is played. Challenging convention. You expect for if Heretics are going to have a really good shot at this, he's got to be online. Of course, he is the first out onto the site, finding cover in the smoke, and now striking onto Munchkin. But Texture and Meteor again! He's not able to control the spray, though. Benji Fishy lit up. He's the last one standing, and will meet a similar fate.
And it was actually a beautiful exec from Team Heretics onto the site. But what was that shot from Texture? He meant to flick Woot, I believe, on the site, ended up taking out somebody else instead. I think it was Rians with a wall bang.
You take what you can get, right? I mean,
100%.
Take a look at that play one more time.
Look at this. This was ridiculous. Oh my.
Oh, count your lucky stars.
Just obliterated the opposition and Meteor as well. 7-2 right now.
It's an excellent start. A timeout called by Heretics. Down 4 early in this best of 5. Again, a dreadful start to the situation.
And Gen G, they had a hard time in the beginning of this tournament. Coming off to strong starts. Seemed like they would always drop the first map every now and then.
Yeah, slow starts every time.
But they just went full steam ahead with no signs of stopping. They found out what the problem was. They fixed it. And they're vibing right now. For the side of Heretics, I imagine their coach is just telling them, yo, guys, slow and steady wins the race. Take a deep breath, it's not over. Get your bearings.
You got Rian's one away from his ult. Benji Fishy also close by, along with Patek. So Heretics with help on the way through their ults, but And it's been a dreadful start so far. We'll see how things look on the other side of this timeout.
Jet, fly safe.
Will be the second gun round for Heretics. And they need this one bad, Doug. They need this one really bad.
Meteor's getting active already, taking so much space. And then TPing away, feeling a lot of the pressure that's heading B. When you hear the drone come out, you know there's help that's needed. And of course, Meteor arrives on the scene at just the right time.
Just some spam through the smoke, seeing some of the tracers on the other end. But Munchkin, he gets plucked out by that Sova dart.
Where do they go off of this, though? They don't really have space anywhere on the map. Meanwhile, you look at the mini-map, Texture's already taken caves.
He's just gonna dial in on this angle, get any type of early info here. You imagine a jump spot coming through from the side of Heretics.
Or they just swing into it.
If they swing in, surely they'll get taken out. We're about to find out right now.
Meteor used his ult on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Patatek, there's the jump spot. A little leg shown. And now they think twice about it. This is a brutal spot for Heretics. They know that the Yoru just ulted on B. They've already gotten picked off on the other side. You know there's an op towards A. Much like we saw in the pistol round, Dre, there's not a lot of safe space here.
30 seconds left.
They are picking the right site, though, Doug, and it's going to be a little faint with the Skydog into A site, but it's not getting the value required, I don't think. There's 3 players of Gen here.
Lakia with an opportunity to make a massive play. Meanwhile, Texture on the other side, he was overwhelmed, but Meteor again delivers. Woot's left in a 1v2 with 10 seconds left. He's got the spike in hand. He's got to commit to getting it down low. And with 5 HP, nothing but a sliver, nothing but a little bit of spray will take you down. But Woot looking to find some success for Heretics, and he just can't either. A ferocious start for Gen G.
A beautiful round for Gen G. Meteor opening up the entry once more on that B site, just getting a spam kill this time through that Viper orb. And then what do? I mean, you're just stuck. You want to run into Texture's operator. He's going to take you out too. I mean, look at that. It's just the tracers onto Benji Fishy.
And that's not the first time we see him do that either. Those little spams through the orb, A main, have just been so clean for Meteor. I mean, he's 10-3 right now.
Yeah, he's dominating the server right now.
And we expect Texture to be the guy, right? We talk so much about Texture and how he's going to be the answer to Woot and who's going to be able to challenge this kid, and it's Meteor who's just taking the show. Blades online, op shot rattles off. Doesn't connect. But can Woot find any success with his ult?
Saw how deadly he could be in that last series. That icebox clip is one for the books.
I don't think Gen G are interested in reading it, though. Look at Munchkin again getting active, and again, it's Meteor who capitalizes. More than halfway to his ult again.
It's an unbelievable performance so far from the guy.
He just had it in the previous round, too.
And another disadvantage for Heretics. They're down 2 members once more, Doug.
Yeah, and they need to find a way to get some sort of success going, get some confidence going. Maybe it's in the hands of Woot, but something to kind of get yourself out of these stumbling blocks that you've slammed into every single round so far. Maybe it's Rian's, but now Texture showing that he can do a bit of his own. The blades come online, and Woot falls. It's just Boo now, and a classic at that distance, excuse me, a Sheriff. Maybe can deal a little bit of damage, but not even that. A 6-0 lead for Gen G. Heretics have already called a timeout.
And knife for knife, Texture, best Woot in that Jet anime duel. It wasn't too crazy. Texture had the updraft still. Woot didn't have his. But still, moments like that, they sink into your head. Beautiful. Nice control, nice poise from Texture in that backside A. And he's been an absolute menace on A main. Just now, we're seeing him flip the map. He's gonna op in B main, get info there. He's now enabled. They're scared of Meteor. The duo in tandem just switching sites, switching positions.
I'd be scared of him too.
Especially with this little off angle he's holding, waiting for anybody to creep on up, walk right into the crosshair. Benji Fishy doesn't want none of that.
Woot just shot an op into halls to clear the drone, so now they know, at least they have a better understanding of what's on the other side. Woot wasn't able to find anything going with the blades. Maybe the op will tell a different story.
God, Meteor's just walked all the way down mid as we were talking about all that. So aggressive, the reposition in the mid round.
He's liked to play around this map. Remember a couple of rounds ago, he took this space and then TP'd back B. Now he's got the TP towards A.
Logan Halls will get some value, but it's going to be the fight in mid that's going to be the deciding factor in this round, and Boo comes out on top.
Benji Fishy gets the best Munchkin on the other side as well. Heretics putting together a round, and it's about time. They've got plenty of money, but I can't imagine Texture goes for a 1v5 here. They're handing over the spike to Boo so he can get the spike down, get the ult online, carry that into the next round.
Spike planted. Ready.
There you go, success found.
And they're in a tough spot right now because you want to hunt. It's a 5v1. But if you drop all your weaponry right now, you're not going to have much left in the tank. You're going to have a scrappy buy, light armors.
You almost can't afford to.
Yeah.
And so maybe they get one, and maybe that's when they decide to cut their losses. But as I say that, it does seem like Heretics are getting a little bit active. You've got the dart that just hit backside from Rienz to make sure that he wasn't there. Benji Fishy's also on the prowl. This is risky. When you're down this big, every dollar counts. And I don't think Texture knows. It's tough when you have so many angles you have to clear.
Oh, of course he knows.
Guesses at just the right time. So Benji Fishy falls, but Heretics on the board. They got around, and they did so their own way, right? You think about it, it wasn't really anything crazy. They won their individual fights on different areas across the map. That bodes well.
Yeah, it was a slow and controlled round from them. It was the dog through halls that kind of distracted members of Gen G and allowed everybody else to creep on up forward. Boo in that mid-org fight, that was his first kill of the round. So you're 100% correct. The fan favorites, they take the first round for themselves.
Gen G still with the Kozu lead, and Op still in the hands of Texture. Wood has his own.
Way more aggressive this time around is Texture.
That trip will keep him at bay. And then even if that's cleared, you've got a cam further up the hall. And the toggle's right on cue.
And the thing is, Doug, I think Heretics are reading into the fact that Texture has been opting towards this B main area because he hasn't been peeking A main like he has been doing the last, first 5 rounds of the half.
Sure.
So the macro game of Heretics are starting to understand how Gen G are set up, and it's kind of been giving them the advantage, at least in that last round.
If they decide to go A, they're going to have to reckon with the 2 Astra Stars that are sitting at their feet.
I've got your trail.
But the Seekers invested, the wall goes up, and they've decided this is where they want to dance. This is where they want to try to find some success. Lock in with the Hunter's Fury out. It's going to be traded in kind by Rienz, but they're starting to get the kills they need. They've gotten 2. Karen's still trying to dance around the site. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Benji Fishy has gotten all the way up, and he might be able to cause problems. Now going through the door, Texture stuck on the outside, still lands a shot onto Boo. And now a 2v2 as the spike goes down.
Hawk out.
That flash is so good. Munchkin has to wait for Texture to join the party. He's so weak, 30 HP, no armor. And Heretics in a really nice spot here, digging their heels into the site. But with such little health, what can Gen G do? Munchkin falls, that's the weak one that's left. Does anyone swing the op? Yes, it does, and it doesn't matter. Patatek puts a bullet between his eyes as Heretics get their second.
2 rounds in a row now for Team Heretics. And the deciding factor was the layered utility. Seekers, Dog, Dart comes out. Even the late drone that they still had from Rienz at the end there.
Yeah, and the solo too.
Yep. So much follow-up utility to just smother everybody playing on the actual A site. And then the confidence coming back into the hands of Patatek, swinging into the Oppa Texture, who has been an absolute freak this map so far. Signs of life for Heretics. And now they're reading the map really well. Boo is doing a good job of IGLing. Once more, not hitting the site where the operator is at.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they can see through the walls. As soon as the op switches back over to A, Heretics a step ahead of it. Decide that they want to take a different look, a different approach.
I think a lot of people out there, myself included, get so blinded by the fact that Heretics have these shooters, have these stars, that Turkish aim and whatnot. But they don't understand the level of macro these guys play at. They actually read the map really well. Their coaching staff does a really good job of prep.
Find some cover Texture. They're looking for you.
And that's info gathered that the op is confirmed at A main. He's not pushed off of that line, though.
Oh, and he gets dropped by Rians.
I'd love to see that one back.
Yeah. And again, Heretics finding success early in the round. Another numbers advantage. Surely he doesn't take his TP, right? That's a second one he sent down there. The first one was a fake. That's a fake too. That's enough to slow you down and make you think twice about it. But Heretics now wanting to go B. Can they get past Munchkin? The spam is good onto the first and onto the second. Benji Fishy's there on the trade, yes, but it's a 3v3. It's going to be a flank on the other side. By the time he arrives, the round will likely be over. He can't get in.
What was that for Meteor? The run and gun on the first kill. Consolidates his aim, secures the second. He's here to win it all, man.
Careful now.
Oh, Meteor caught by the trip. Benji Fishy showing that he can wield the op as well. But Gen G will get to 7.
14-6. Second Yoru ult online and available. Here's that entry. Oh my gosh. Texture didn't even stand a chance, but it was the B anchors, the B setup, that clone following up. And then Meteor pushing all the way through. Smelling blood in the water.
Into the next we go. Op still in the hands of Woot.
Cutting through.
Carried over by Benji Fishy. Boo has his pit. Maybe they play around that here. That's just so tough when you think about Meteor's ult. It's such a good counter to that. Op trained and shot delivered. Oh, he gets a second. Dash still online. Halfway through. Heretics again have the door slammed in their faces, but Rians continues to push.
And it's just a freeze to the round now. Everyone grouping up. Bomb is alone in halls. But he's going to be met by the force of Lakia. Does he wait for his teammates to come up mid-door?
He's quietly put together a really nice map so far. Oh, Rian's getting close line on the other side. Boo not allowed to get into the site as the door gets toggled once more. They have found some passage out, but they still haven't gotten the main objective down. That's a big swing out from Boo as Lakia falls. Can he find anything else as he pushes around? What a shot from Karon. Another 3 for him as Gen G gets 8.
Finessing around backside A, protecting his teammate who was stuck stairs. It was the distraction again for Gen G. They make you look at so many different angles as you're entering into these sites. And this mid, in the beginning, Meteor got contact from the tunnel, sent the clone up, while Texture was holding his elbow the entire time. And at the end here, Karon, the spray control, looking so good.
We haven't talked about him a ton, but he's putting up a really nice performance as well. Everyone on the side of Gen G is delivering, and that's what leads to this 8-2 score. That's what leads to Heretics calling their second time out of the map in round 11.
And keep in mind, this isn't a map that Heretics play often. And when they do, I mean, I think it's, what, like a Neon or Yoru comp that they normally run, but they have to go for the Jet here because they have Woot, who has been, I mean, absolutely astonishing this entire tournament. He's first in almost every single stat for Duelist in his role. So I don't blame him for going on to this Jet pick. But the Sky, it's not getting as much value as I'm sure Heretics thought it would get going into this matchup, going into this series. Keep in mind, it is only the first half. Maybe they got some things cooked up on the defensive side.
Gen G 3 over Heretics. It's one of the few in the crowd who are pulling for them. But, I mean, that guy might be right. The way it looks so far, Gen G look incredible. I think we've got to mention, though, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. (12-4) for Texture. The op still online. Currently posted up A.
Deploying
This Molly, as soon as Munchkin can get some contact, does such a good job of delaying.
Yeah, it's just to deny any rush off the barrier. That allows time for that Yoru TP to go all the way in the back of B side. So if they do actually commit, and he can be there, there can be a third member there. As all that's happening, Lakia gets info on Benji Fishy and Halls. A triple shock dart bounce. That's not something you see every day.
No, I thought that thing was going to soar right past him.
He's got the angles down, the geometry.
Heretics quietly leaning towards A. Remember, Texture has his op, and it's looking that way. Another opportunity for him to strike into the hearts of Heretics once more.
Someone needs to break his dart.
A quick step back. Procs the dash. The flash through. Meanwhile, Boo's the one that falls. Texture gets the best of Woot again. He's had his number the entire time.
Down A.
Gen G are obliterating Heretics on this half.
And the setups, they're just shining so bright right now for Gen G. A smoke comes out in main off the dog. There's a suck to follow up. Nobody from Heretics can come out and support Woot, who just dashed onto site. There's a dart behind them as well that allows everybody backside to just get some free kills. I mean, it's just too hard to entry against a comp like this. You have to try to bait out some of this Astra utility early on. Maybe catch him on a cooldown. Maybe catch him so he doesn't have that suck available or the stun. And just like that, Meteor is slowly Texture is slowly creeping up to Meteor's score. 16 kills for Meteor, 14 for Texture. But it's all gonna rely on the controllers on this B site. Meteor is here to support.
Munchkin has gotten so much value here as well. I mean, forget about the dastardly duo of Meteor and Texture. Look at the value that Munchkin can provide, that Karen can provide. Another kill found. Patatek and Boo have to try to make something of this.
One enemy
But they've got them cornered. They've got them
Spike
surrounded.
down, B.
They know where they are. They're on the hunt. Gen G get to 10.
Firing from all cylinders is Gen G. Every single member pulling their part, doing their part in this. It was up to the controllers here, the double anchor. Meteor TP'd in. He didn't even have to.
Yeah, he didn't have to do much there.
Karon.
You know, a player that we talk about a lot. You think about his history and you think about his story so much as Lakia, and what a wild ride he's had. We've actually got an Omen player moment standing by as we get to pick his brain a little bit right now.
I'm from Genji Sports, 라키아. G2가 로터스를 굉장히 좋아하는 맵인 걸 알고 있었고, 그리고 굉장히 좋은 전적이 있었던 맵이었기 때문에 픽을 했었던 것 같고요. 저희는 예상을 했었고, 저희의 이제 로터스를 다시 제대로 보여줬던 차례가 됐었던 것 같습니다. G2 전에 상대가 매우 따라오는 게 힘들었었는데 이번에는 그런 일 없도록 저희가 더 신경 써서 잘하고 저희의 퍼포먼스를 더 보여드리겠습니다.
It would seem as G2 look to keep themselves in this half. Munchkin finding 2 quick kills, however. Suddenly starts answering back. Still 2 rifles in play. Wide swing out. Taken down. Munchkin finds one. Hunter's Fury out. Icy. The tap on. Munchkin on the swing. Bails them out.
테르틱이 현재 제 기준에서는 결승에 올라올 것 같은 팀 중 하나고요. 선수들이 굉장히 잘한다고 느끼고 있고, 그리고 저희랑 아직 붙어보지 않았으니까 결승에서 한번 좋은 경기 펼쳤으면 좋겠습니다. 많은 유럽, NA 그리고 중국까지 이제 많은 지역들을 만나게 됐는데 그런 상대들로 이제 이겨서 결승에 진출해서 매우 기쁜 것 같고, 결승전도 이제 잘 준비해서 해야 될 것 같습니다.
What a tumultuous journey he's been on. And again, we mentioned it in the first half, Dre. He's quietly putting together a very impressive game. He mentioned in the interview there, he just wants to have a good game in the finals. And Lakia, my brother, you're good. So a 10-2 half for Gen G. What a start.
Yeah, the toughness of Gen G throughout this entire tournament, throughout even the stage that they had. I mean, it was tough getting in. They started off, I think, the season like with only one win. They were 1-3. They brought it back.
Time to jump.
Made it all the way here to Shanghai, and now this is the half that they just seem to just own teams on. This is where they thrive, on this attacking side of Breeze. Munchkin calls such a good game here with this Astra. You'll see them deny a lot of info in mid. In the mid round, usually.
Sure.
And slow starts like this, always. This is the bread and butter for them.
Yeah, Patatek invested the dog at the beginning of the round, spotted where Karen was. And it seems like Gen G want to lean back into it anyway, knowing that They've been spotted on some of the presents. I love this call. You make the Viper wall go up A. It suggests a split going through double doors. He might even put his body on the line to sell the damn thing. Benji Fishy falls, but look at where the spike is. Look at where the rest of Gen G are. All attention turning towards B. They're gonna waltz in, and Munchkin might win the round by himself on the other side. 3 kills found. He's a man on a mission.
No one can connect on him. He's like Neo.
Here.
And now he just holds bottom mid by himself. I mean, you're right. He 100% won the round by himself, but either way, the macro game went in favor of Gen G this entire round. What can Boo and Rians do to consolidate, do anything? But Munchkin with 4, the IGL.
Not able to deliver on the ace. What a gift that would have been, but Lakia cleans it up. Gen G get to 11. Heretics not finding really anything else on the second half either.
The slowest of starts for Team Heretics. I mean, their aim isn't even there right now. They need to just start getting any type of rounds they can. Any type of gun duels. I mean, Munchkin, he should be dying here for sure. But good on him with the movement that he had. The little left and rights with the Sheriff. It could be so powerful. I mean, 2 body shots. He gets a headshot there through the wall. But either way, Munchkin set that round up perfectly.
He really did. The call was exceptional. The execution was somehow even sweeter. You gotta go back to the tail of the tape as we put together this beautiful story of Texture up against Wood, and what a clash that would be. Wood is currently sitting at 4-12 or something like that. Meanwhile, Texture and Meteor, we've sung their praises so many times. The song has got to be like a leaky faucet in the minds of Heretics. But they might be able to close this thing, at least this round. They've got a pretty big numbers advantage. Lucky and Meteor, the only 2 alive. They've dealt with 1 of this 2-headed beast in Texture, but Meteor still healthy. Now taking some damage, feeling a lot of the pressure. He will get cleaned up by Woot, leaving Lakia alone. A Guardian, but 20 HP. That's way too big of an ask.
And a Thrifty for Team Heretics. Gen G, they did a good job early on using the drone, getting the info on a site. But Rians, he opened it up for his team. That Sheriff headshot right off the rip. That allows Woot to come in with that Marshall, just get a bunch of tags on players, make it actually a fair fight for players that are using the Sheriff. All of a sudden, all you need to do is get a body shot.
Shot down.
Hit a couple there.
Yeah. That was a nice one.
It's big for Woot. It's big for Heretics.
We actually got this.
The vibes are still good, so if you're a Heretics fan out there, which I'm sure there are many and plenty, it's not too dim, not too gloom. Maybe they can yet sing a song.
It's the same dog we saw from the previous round. This time a little bit of a jump spot. Has to be really careful about trying to get out now. You know he's gonna have to do that 2-3 times and then still not really feeling safe about it.
To jump.
As all this is happening, there's been a complete walk down through middle.
They're all here. Munchkin can't settle the shots with the Sheriff.
Decent damage done. So a little worse for wear. It's 3-2-1 an elbow. Doesn't get much info. Benji just missing the timing. Maybe for good reason, but Meteor's giving a good reason for Gen G to potentially steal this round away.
Patek on the exchange though. Oh, he's tagged him. I wonder if he can hit the spam. No. Camera spotting 2, spotting 3. Utility cleared, but space gained from Gen G.
Spike planted.
And these are the scary moments when Gen G gets onto this B site and Texture has this Guardian. He can really activate.
They're down in numbers, they're down in weapons, but this is winnable. It's gonna be big on Heretics to execute.
Dead fool.
Another one traded back as Boo falls. Oh, this is big. A flash in the face. Texture can't respond back. Lakia with the ghost spots the second, but can't deliver the shots. So Heretics will find their 4th. They're continuing to stick around.
Yeah, making it costly for Team Heretics. And Gen G, they're very comfortable doing these anti-eco slow rounds where they like to feel out the map, and it's all because it paints a better picture for Munchkin later on in the half. You're gonna see him pull out all the stops in a match like this. This is it, this is the final. They wanna take this first map win. get the momentum in their favor completely. And the best way to do that is completely decimating your opponent on your map pick.
You saw Woot get a little bit active, get online. This last couple of rounds, a couple of nice shots with the Marshall. Now with the op.
Here.
Now trained A.
Here.
And of course, that's where Gen G's headed. A 4-1 approach, it looks like. That flash through. They normally invest a dart with this.
Next.
Yoruwalt.
That's better than any dart you could possibly ask for, because who can find a timing? As he saw through. Oh, has to dash away. I thought he was going to try to land the shots. Almost gets punished for the high ground. He tries taking. Meteor so far up here. What can Rians do?
Spike planted.
Playing close by as Patatek has fallen. You've got Boo has joined. But they've gotten the spike down, and as you mentioned in the previous round, this is where Gen G are successful. This is where they're at their best. Spam through the smoke. Boo falls as well. Benji, Fishy, and Woot have to force back to try to get this 2v5. But again, an impossible situation. So many things to consider, so many targets to find. Just too many. Gen G, map point.
Meteor is an absolute animal right now, Doug. Running and gunning, taking every timing he knows he can take. Off of the drone here. Didn't even need to see him. He heard the audio cue. The sidestep. Takes his time on it all. 3 on the round, and honestly, Karon, he was the one that opened up that entire round. He killed the rotated Patatek in mid. While all that commotion was going on at A main, that Yoruwalt getting all this info. Karon cut off the rotations. No cavalry could be arrived.
Lakia has this ult, Munchkin's close to his. Those two alone, I mean, those two can secure the map.
Yeah. This drone will get the info onto Woot as well to secure that orb. If they want, they're a little wary though, for good reason. They know they have good advantage into this round. They know Heretics have to force up whatever they can, and these close range fights, that's where the main problem could lead. So a drone was used from the side of Rians into mid. Didn't really get any type of info, and Gen G are more than willing to just wait for all the utility of Heretics to be thrown.
Another flash used, not getting any info. Patatek having to check it with his face. He's gonna get plenty of idea of what's on the other side. But you see them on the minimap, they're starting to creep in. The walls, the corners are starting to shut, but Patatek kicks the damn wall down. Rians gets in on it as well. Another round the way of Heretics, but is it too late? I mean, is it too far gone?
Can't help but feel like it is, Doug, but good work from Patatek slashing down the two players in A main with that stinger. I talked about how close quarter combat can favor that gun. And he played it to near perfection. Look at this replay right here. I mean, that's more than ideal when you're running that gun.
For sure. You gotta settle it just enough, and he did that.
So satisfying when it hits like that.
Patatek close to his ult. It's a big one too, as you think about how Gen G like to play at the beginning of these rounds. Any info that you can gather is valuable.
Decoy. It's a faster approach from Gen G. They've been sitting back for quite a bit of rounds. Meteor, I mean, he's so disrespectful right now, and I don't blame him.
Look at Woot. Oh, look at Woot. He tried doing the same thing. Both Sovas almost caught in their utility, but Locky is the one that falls. And now the Seekers on the swing. Karen not able to get much more. There's no room for Meteor to get back to the spike.
That's it. Aggression from both ends, but Heretics come out on top. Patatek the deciding factor. Yeah, he team flashed Woot right there. But he at least secured the follow-up kill. Poor Woot, he was like, I had him, bro. Either way, that second shot, oh my goodness. That's the Woot we know. And suddenly Gen G calling their first time out. Coach has some words to say. Maybe using their ults to combo it, just get onto the site, get that Viper's Pit online. And they have so many that are going to be going into this next round.
Heretics are putting quite a run into this in the closing moments of the map, or what you would think would be the closing moments of the map. They seemed like they were dead. I mean, they seemed like they were done. But Rians has been such a good spark for this squad. And of course, with Woot getting active as well.
Yeah.
With Woot coming online, there's always calls for hope.
And when you win the eco round like that, I mean, it's a round that you have no business winning. And you steal it away, it gives you the confidence to now build up your own economy. All of a sudden, Gen G has scrappy buys every other round because it's just disaster when you invest so many guns into the round like that and you lose it. So although we were on a timeout, it's going to be a little bit of a scrappy buy. Yeah. I imagine the main strat for that timeout is going to be going into the following gun round. But a hero rifle buy this round for Texture because he has the knives available next round.
Amalgam of a buy. Khelte flashing the dart over the top. They've been caught once more. Oh, but it seems like they're happy to take that fight, happy to get caught with them. Now the drone over the top from Lakia. Patek still trying to hold the line with Rians over his shoulder. Now you're going to have to deal with that again. An opportunistic swing up from Patek, and he pays for it with his life. Now the Hunter's Fury. Rians will fall to Boo and Benji Fishy left alive to try to convert this, and Boo's making a run at it. They've invested the neural theft. They've gotten info. They've gotten the pit out, and they're going to rotate away.
And just Munchkin staying right here. Heretics have to keep one player there. That's why you see Boo just stuck. Like he's in mud. And now a late lurk that can be a thorn in the side of Heretics. Benji Fishy, he's wrapping around himself.
He might catch a timing here. All of his utility is still up, but it seems like they've managed to navigate the landmines and get to the other side. So Boo and Benji Fishy with a borderline impossible task put in their laps. But they're so weak. There's got to be a really nice timing up for Munchkin. What in the world? How did Benji Fishy hit that? Boo's going to have to 1v2 here. He's got a Phantom in hand, but time is so short. He's got to go, and he's got to go now. One away from the pit, spots the first, understands where the second is, but he can't drop either. Breeze goes the way of Gen G. Yeah, Heretics put up a fight. Yeah, they made it interesting at the end, but Gen G able to slam the door, able to keep the lead in this best of 5. Icebox on the other side of this. We'll see you guys there.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Solo of Gen G and Jen to help with some translation. Solo, congratulations on that first map. Now, I wanted to know, there's a lot of talk about the mental preparation of Gen G coming into this grand finals. How has the mentality of the team changed?
감독님, 이번 대회 때 특히나 멘탈적인 부분을 많이 강조하셨는데 감독님 보시기에 선수들의 멘탈적인 부분이 훨씬 더 강해진 것 같나요?
사실 저희가 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 확실히 좀 더 생각나는 것 같고 더 강해지게 된 것 같아요. 네.
It's something that we constantly talk about and put a lot of time into. We're very conscious about having a strong mentality, being able to reset our mentality. So because of that, I think we're very aware of the mental state that we're in and also have a strong mentality.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Gen G can manage to close out Icebox this time.
It's strong mentality and also a strong start here for Gen G in the grand finals. I'm Yingsun right back here once again with Josh RT, Kakuka and Mimi. We don't see Gen G winning the first map all that often, so perhaps the work they've been putting into getting a better even mentality has really paid off.
But this is what we expected, at least from my side, on Breeze, right? Like, especially that first half, they knew everything to a T. The rotations were very quick coming in from Meteor, and maybe Heretics was just not really prepared to play against this composition and this map in general.
I'm glad you mentioned Meteor because here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment for the day. Mimi, he was getting so many first kills as well.
Yeah, Meteor has always been pretty incredible on the defensive side on this map, and in others when he's playing the Killjoy too. I was super impressed with how Gen G was playing around these constant B execs that Team Heretics was pulling out. I think they do a great job of finding that gap in the execute and even going for like really surprising forward plays like Meteor does in this round to get an advantage even when that B side is the weaker side, which I feel like makes them pretty tough to play against, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, but Heretics ran into a brick wall of like a really strong two-man site hold, and their rotation would come in just to affect the play a little bit, and that's the story of their defense.
Yeah, and it's a map that, I mean, a lot of us thought that Gen G would take, but fortunately for Heretics, Icebox is up next. Before we jump into that map, let's take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around. Here is Wood. Didn't really quite come online just yet, but plenty of opportunities for him to do so as we head on to Icebox.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I think that Icebox is a map where he feels extremely comfortable. Yes, to me, probably for them, this was just a little bit of a warm-up. It's something that they knew would happen, and they didn't expect much because of the preparation, but an Icebox, it has to be something different, right? I also think that the perspective in which the teams look at the map is a bit different. Heretics just loves to play for that retake. On the other side, we have a Gen G that will go to that early aggression a little bit to what we have been seeing on Breeze, right? Because actually, it was the fact that Heretics could not get the spike down, one of the reasons why they were able to get so many rounds.
Well, we heard from Coach Solo already, so let's hear what Coach Neil Zenio had to say ahead of Icebox.
I'm here right now with Neil Zenio of Team Heretics. Neil Zenio, I'm really curious, what do you think went wrong in that first map, and how are you going to ensure it doesn't carry over to the next one?
I think for me it's quite simple. We haven't had that many reps on the map, especially with this roster. That definitely played a part in it, but for me and what we spoke about in there was like our fundamentals just kind of went out the window. We got lost in the occasion, I think, a little bit, and we just didn't do the basics right. We weren't communicating, we were taking 1v1 fights everywhere around the map. And I think in the end, we started waking up a little bit, but it was just too little too late. So we just calmed down, we reset, and now it's our map. So this is it, like it's make or break. We need to get back into the game, and that's what the boys are going to do.
All right, excited to see it. Let's see if Team Heretics can make a comeback.
I mean, you've heard the man. They just haven't had that many reps on Breeze. But Josh, you faced Heretics a few times. You've seen their Icebox. What do you think they need to do to bring this series back?
I think they have to enable Woot a little bit. Icebox is a very strong jet map, but also for texture too. I think the main things you have to look out for is actually their initiator differences here. I believe they're running against a Gecko KO, and they have a Sova on their side. I would pay attention to how Gen G is making their opens to see if texture gets a pick, or Woot is able to find the gaps in their utility to see if he can get a pick, okay?
Yeah. I think also for Gen G, when they're starting on this defensive side, something that they do really well is kind of proactive defense, setting Texture up for a lot of these forward fights, especially towards A and B main. They'll wait for that first cycle of Util, say that Silver Drone to come out and find these really good timings to re-clear with that double flash combo and Texture going forward. Team Heretics is going to have to be ready for that.
My eyes go directly into Lakia. He had a brilliant icebox last time that we saw them play it, but we know that Heretics, this is a map that they've been very, very comfortable, played it throughout the tournament 4 times. They've won every single one of them, even though some of them even went to overtime.
I think Gen.G's style is like very much a flood defense, but also like I said, they'll find those double flash moments to try to catch you off guard. I just want to see how Heretics was able to deal with this.
Well, as you heard it from Neil, this is it, do or die. If they don't win it here, Doug and Baby Bay, they're going to be 2-0 down in this very important grand final.
And what a dreadful nightmare that would be, but I think Kukuka set the stage for what should be a much more competitive map. Heretics have played Icebox so many times this tournament, and they have found success every step of the way. So yes, Breeze was a slaughter, and the score does not reflect how bad of a beating that was, but there was a little bit at the end there to cause some sort of excitement, and I think it all falls down on Woot. He took over the last time he played Icebox. He's got to deliver again.
Yeah, he's got that iconic clip that I mentioned earlier in the series on this map with the Jet. And he does a really good job of being able to finesse around these chokes and get a lot of things done.
And there's plenty more where that came from. But it's Meteor who takes one away. The spike hits the ground. Patatek and Rians will have to force this thing back, and they've gotten into a 2v2, but with Sheriffs, oh, they're converting on this. Can Texture snatch this thing back? Can he avoid catastrophe early on? He's gotten one. Rians with the dart, they know where he is. On the swing, into the Marshall, connects the shots. The Red Bull clutch in the 4K for Texture.
Texture on fire with that Marshall. He'll upgrade to a Guardian on top of it. What shots. That's exactly what you want as a Jet player when you're playing Icebox. You just keep going for broke, hit the flicks. When you're this close range with that Marshall, you can just opt to no scope. He only had one in the chamber there at the end, but He was so confident in that shot, in his abilities.
Breeze, icebox, it does not matter. It's all the same. Texture will not be denied. And again, getting active. Again, looking to make a statement. Has to dash away with 25 HP. Thinks twice about the reaggress. I think part of the play was getting him involved there. Munchkin getting spotted by the drone. Has to give the space back, and Texture on the swing.
I mean, he's a madman. He's 25 HP doing that. He's stuck around for so long to support his teammate in Nest. And all of a sudden, a rifle swap. Now Munchkin, he has full HP. He's able to have that M4. Phantom.
These pugnacious protocols from Gen G at the beginning of the round have been so smothering for Heretics. But yes, they're down in numbers. They have such a strong weapon advantage here, though. It's just the Phantom, it's just the Guardian on the side of the defense, like you were saying.
No way, right, Doug? No way.
No way, you're absolutely right, but Lakia filling in on the space behind it. Surely you're not expecting a second there. Crispy from Karan.
Revealing.
Lakia might be able to cause a lot more problems if the timing is right. We've got a little bit of utility, but it does not look like it will go checked. It does not look like it will go detected as Rians falls. Committing to the plant now.
Last player standing.
It's all on Boo. Yeah, he hit another. Turns away the flash. He's getting spammed. Getting peppered. There's no way for Boo to go. Another round stolen away by Gen G.
Doug, we are seeing a Gen G that is so online and ready for this. They want it so bad. Karan there, getting the trade in market. And oh, this was that first kill. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Insta. The follow-up, Meteor, protecting the back and forth, and then
one enemy remaining.
Just no chance for Patatek there.
There hasn't really been a chance for Heretics at all. Down 0-3 early. His spy's not great. You've got a hero rifle for Woot and a couple of stingers and sheriffs around it. Do they try to go aggressive again? Do Gen G try to set the line of scrimmage a little bit further up?
Flash.
Of course they will. See the flash, you see the darts. 410 is theirs.
They're just staying here. They do not care whatsoever.
He's expecting the swing, rocks the dash. And meanwhile, Karan over the top, getting the best of Woot. That was the hero rifle. That was supposed to be the firework in the round. Look at Texture's timing on the swing. And Lakia as well. Rian's able to get a little bit of something going on here, though. And they're all hunting. They all know he's there. Lakia's messing with him.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
They are different right now. This is a different Gen G. We haven't seen this at all this tournament. They're running it down. Lakia jump swinging for his entire team. All 4 members are on top of the bomb right now, and Boo. He's gonna be left to his devices, but he really doesn't have much to work with here.
No, not at all. Still deals a little bit of damage onto Munchkin, but it's traded back. That Phantom is just getting the best of him. They didn't have the weaponry there. They didn't have the positioning, and honestly, given how Gen G have played this, given how Texture just continues to answer the call for Gen G, I don't know that the weapons would have necessarily mattered.
You're right, and the Devs talked about it, that double flash re-clear setup that they do. This time it's not off the barrier. They feint that they're pushing all the way up. That causes a reaction from a drone to come out. The knife gets a couple tags, now we double flash. And it's just so hard to deal with because you can't turn. I mean, if you turn the KO flash, the Gecko flash is hitting you and vice versa. So it's just, it can be so difficult if you're caught in the open like that. And more aggression. Texture is so aggressive this series.
Oh,
wow.
12 HP left, but Boo was able to stand strong.
That was so close.
A little bit of the aggression punished. The question is, how do Gen G respond on that? Where do they play elsewhere on the map? Meteor's gonna fall B, so they have now found success on both sides. Lakia, the one close by, you hear the orb was picked up. And now utility out. The flash over the top, the dart is there. Lakia able to stay covered behind the wall. You're not able to hide from that. You're not able to run from it. How much more can they do? They've gotten the spike down, but Munchkin and Karen are so outnumbered right now. Spam not connecting. Munchkin manages to get away.
And yeah, they're just going to go back, try to save that operator that got taken down early on for Texture in the next round.
Yeah.
Their economy is good, though, so maybe you'll see Munchkin try to go for a couple exits, get closer to that ult tor, but then if you look at the ult economy on the other side, I mean, he might not want to die at all because you might be feeding a KO ult, you might be feeding a Sova ult.
Yeah, you don't want to give those away.
Oh, he missed the jump for the up.
Unlucky.
I think he should be able to snag that one.
I don't know that you got to hurry.
Don't miss. Oh, he makes it.
Second time's a charm. He's able to grab the op.
Tell you what, he can't be doing that on the new map, Doug. Might fall to his death.
Take a look at that play one more time. Again, the aggression from Texture has caused so many problems for Heretics, but Boo. Really nice spot to respond there.
Yeah, a good round for Heretics. Spam through the smoke from Boo. Kind of just secured it. No retake being able to be made for Gen G. Nothing to worry about if you're Gen G, though. Your economy's still flourishing.
And the aggression continues to come. So bold, so disrespectful. Refusing to let Heretics find any traction.
And you don't expect the same peak twice. I mean, he got punished the last round. Why is he going for it again? That's what Heretics are thinking.
Because it's Texture. Munchkin getting overwhelmed there.
A little overeager on that one.
Yeah, that aggression starting to punch them a little bit.
Targets destroyed.
And I think if there's going to be a way back into this map for Heretics, it has to be off of those things. They have to find a way to punch back.
Yeah, you have to punish.
Things slow down here for Heretics. They've lost Woot, they've lost their star, they've lost their go. A counter on the Thrash, and a counter on the Boo again. Veggie Fishy getting involved. Meteor's gonna join the party late. One away from his ult. Spotting pad attack, not able to land the shots, not able to find lethality. But with Forest surrounding the site, Forest surrounding the spike. Meteor, no room is safe.
And this is a textbook play from Patatek specifically. When enemy teams have Thrash online, he'll use that KO ultimate to counteract it. This was that opening blow onto Woot. Really nice shot. But when he gets this kill onto Munchkin, it secures him that KO ult, denies the info being gathered from Lakia,
yeah.
And then they're able to just overwhelm everybody on the site.
Again, Heretics finding a little bit of success, and it's much earlier in the schedule compared to what we saw on Breeze. It's a little while before there was any cause for hope. But now Heretics injecting a little bit of space into the situation. Starting to get a bully and starting to invest utility to keep that aggression back from Texture, who's sitting on the opposite side of the map right now. The lockdown used. Heretics now have a question they have to answer, and they don't have a ton of time to answer. Do you choose to fight? Do you try to clear it, or do you take a step back?
And if you go the other way, which Gen G, that's what they want you to do, you're going to run into Texture, but the double back from Heretics, it's a smart play so far from them. KO Dagger back and online. Munchkin will get the info. Tag on to 3 members of Heretics. The time is running down a little bit low here, Doug.
With 50 seconds left, I think a couple of options they can consider. Do they stay here? Do they try to flip? Yeah, there's a good chance there's an op on the other side, but the persistence might be a factor. He's invested it, and Lakia has a meal of it, but Heretics is there to respond. The lockdown will go off. Texture will show up, but he will be late. With op in hand and blades, in case he decides to invest, in case he decides to go for a play. They just don't have the same financial luxury they did before.
Yeah, and Heretics in these post-plant scenarios, they play it very disciplined. That's how they've been winning a lot of the matches they've done. Part of the fundamentals, part of that macro gameplay that I was talking about. And that's why you see Texture not even going for it. Had Heretics maybe pushed up a little bit and he got a kill, maybe that could be a window of opportunity. Pop those knives, go in. But they're not giving him anything.
Yeah, that 1v2 feels much easier to try to navigate.
Yeah. And it's a big contrast from the start of this match so far, Doug. Heretics, they were getting punished by that aggression from Gen G. Now, they've slowed it down, they figured it out. Weathered the storm of all the utility and the swings on A site. And all of a sudden like that, we're within 1 round.
I think a lot of it has been them fighting fire with fire. I mean, Lakia could have.
He had such a good opportunity there to honestly secure the round.
Yep.
But sometimes the bullets, they just don't go the right way.
I mean, the roller coaster of emotions that this arena just went through was ridiculous. The timeout called from Gen G, 1 round separating these two. The aggression that they were throwing into the face of Heretics round after round to kick off Icebox, you're right, has been a little bit weathered. They took it on the chin a couple of times, but now able to respond back, to stand strong, stalwart in their approach. And a lot of it has been, Dre, off of the utility that they're investing in kind. All of the darts and the drones to set up texture are now being responded by Rians doing a bit of his own, of Patatek getting some of that early info with his util.
And I'm so impressed with Heretics when they use the drone late, because they understand that Munchkin has been using that knife early on at A main. That gives them the window of opportunity to use a drone from a little bit closer up, not get picked off by anybody like, you know, texture getting set up by flashes, etc. And the rest of the team now, they're just waiting a little bit back, letting that drone get all the info for them. And then they have the utility advantage, like you mentioned. There have been a lot of questionable fights from the side of Gen G. A lot of solo swings. Munchkin going for right clicks through the Viper wall. If there's players on the receiving end of that, they do have a chance and they could mow them down. I mean, but Heretics, they're playing it very well right now.
Early dart cleared.
Oh.
Heretics are coming to life here. It's a very similar setup. It's been on texture to send a shudder down the spine of Heretics. Now he's the one sitting on the sidelines.
What can Lakia do?
It's so quiet right now. Do Gen G continue to reaggress?
And if they do, Benji Fishy's playing anti. There's 2 players, even Rians.
Yeah.
He's playing anti. And I think that he'll pop the Sobalt from all the way back here to catch out anybody in that lane of fighting.
Yeah, if they commit.
Yeah.
If they send. We've talked about how good this flash combo has been from Lakia and Munchkin. The knife giving things away.
I don't even think he meant to hit the knife there. I think it was for sight, but it works out in their benefit. It tagged both players. And that forces Gen G to have to back up.
And Heretics will just continue to push forward off of that. They've got Boo with his pit, but he's a little bit further back. Knife clear, dart out, Heretics forward. It's just Munchkin who's playing backside. Lakia's a little bit further off, and he is the first to fall. Patatek with 3, Heretics with life. Flash on the swing around, another one spotted. Patatek more concerned with his positioning, more concerned with the problems he's able to cause from there. Still has a knife in hand. Median Karan forced to watch, forced to sit back. Because how do you get into a 2v4? And this is where the positioning was so good, but Karan's able to decapitate him. A 1-for-1 though, and now the Viper's the only one who stands. Tries to get away and can't. We're tied at 4.
Patatek's brilliance is shining through in this half. First the entry onto texture, then the follow-up, breaking the dagger. That's the cue to just run it down on sight. Split Munchkin there. The aggression from Patatek, the explosiveness. He even ran all the way to spawn.
Let's go, Patsy. Let's go.
Even his team knows it.
Aggression again, texture up high, blades online, looking for a scalp and we'll find one. And again, the double dip. Can he take over the round? He's done so all series. He's found 2, and look at Lakia's position. He's got behind them. Boo never saw him, Boo never had a shot. But now position given away, and Lakia gladly takes the fight. Again, the aggression. Again, the offense. Rians, a miserable spot to be in.
Out of charges.
A 1v4, and yeah, it's pistols. But what a round win for Gen G. In the face of the momentum that was swelling the way of the attack.
I mean, Gen G force you to take fights that if you lose them, the round is just over. How many times have they pushed up and fought A?
I mean, it feels like every round.
Almost every single round at some point. Maybe different timings. This time with the knives. Usually it's Woot that we see going absolutely viral with them. This time, Texture taking things into his own hands, getting the twofer, the third to secure the round. And now he's able to get another operator online. Gen G are ridiculous.
Another kill found. Another line drawn in the sand. Three left on. I mean, it's human. I mean, it's human response and human reaction to pivot, to go to plan B when plan A isn't working anymore. But when you've got a star like Texture.
Full trust in the team, full trust in the game plan. You can reap the benefits of that. That's what we're seeing right now for Gen G. They should be able to convert this round. I say that, but there is a Viper's Pit available for the side of Team Heretics. Boo, if he can get this one down, they might be able to maybe steal this one away and pull a fast one on Gen G.
Maybe a 3v5 with Benjifishy hitting mid-late, but...
Spike down B.
I just don't know that there was really any way in. A flawless round as Gen G gets to 6.
Yeah, they tried to creep on up, try to get anything working for them. If they maybe got a trade there onto Munchkin, maybe there's a window of opportunity, but I mean, look at this right here. And he holds his ground. He stands tall like Maximus. So hard to play against a player that's disrespecting like that. It's usually Woot who we see doing things like that against other teams. But Woot right now, sitting at 3-9. Texture sitting at 13-5.
That's a brutal matchup. Woot had taken this tournament by storm. I mean, the amount of clips he's been able to put together, the value he's been able to provide his team was ridiculous. There were questions coming into this tournament, right? There were questions coming into this match, excuse me, about who's the MVP, right? Is it Texture or is it Woot? Yeah, Woot arguably has had more clips because they've played more, but this doesn't look like a fair fight right now, Dre.
Yeah, Texture has been phenomenal. I mean, all tournament long, this team, they fought adversity. They buckled through. And they didn't drop a single series. So yeah, the dream, the mirage of Heretics in this crazy, crazy run that they had, I mean, they could still make it. But right now, it just feels like Gen G are just in full control.
Yeah, the clock is ticking and the possibility of a fairy tale ending just continues to get smaller and smaller.
Swarm grenade.
Into round 11 we go, 2 rounds separating them. 3 ults on the side of Heretics. 4, excuse me, and they're big ones too. Gen G, again, with aggression. It's a little bit different, the flavor's different, but the outcome's the same! There's nowhere that Heretics can find safety. There's nowhere that they can find room to breathe. They've been squelched, they've been suffocated, they've been stymied.
They're so willing to just leave Texture on an island by himself. He's been popping off all game long. It allows you to have a 4-man setup on A early on and allows Texture to just enable in the mid-round.
Heretics tries to switch position on the map. And again, the op you mentioned on the other side punishes, but they found a little bit of space here. But again, as soon as they find space, Dre, you're staring up And a ridiculous mountain. Yeah, you got your one. Yeah, you got some space. It's still a 2v4. It's still a 3v5.
Let alone a Thrash invested on top of it. I mean, what can you do?
30 seconds left.
Boo with so many angles to cover, so many targets to find, so many things to consider. Paranoid tries to do what he can to fill the void, and there's the swing through the wall. Meteor perhaps a little overambitious, perhaps a little aggressive, but it's still a song of success for Gen G.
Playing together, peeking off one another. The synergy, the communication, it's all on point right now for Gen G. You can tell by the gameplay. Catching players off guard, this little drop right here, no follow-up, no punish. But Karon, he's holding it the whole time. So yeah, Peditech tries, the swing was a little late.
One enemy remaining.
Just too much to ask for.
Gen G faced heartbreak in Madrid. So close, the glimpse of glory that you mentioned. But fell a bit short. This is a team that's playing with a different level of fire, different level of ferocity. You've got the up over the top, Peditech down again. The ults have been invested. Peditech will join the fold once more. Once divided, now reunited. Gen G try to hold the line, and if they try to flip back, if Heretics try to find safe passage to the other side of the map, Meteor's there. He hasn't been as ridiculous on this map, but he was a terror on Breeze. This time, not given a shot, not finding value. Texture's able to pick off Oop, but they understand now. The veil has been lifted. The hit is A.
Full focus forward for Heretics. Gen G, they have a couple members here to answer back.
If they can get the pit down from Boo, if they can find a little bit of space, there's a shot at this. But Karon is one of his own. Now green on both sides. Such little to be seen.
You should run.
And now the third ult invested. Just injecting more chaos into the situation. What can tip the scales? What can find some space? Texture dropping into the pit, dropping into the next half. Lakia in a 1v3 with the pit still up, will fall. Peditech gets his third as Heretics get to 5.
Through all the calamity, it's Peditech of all members, the stand-in, to be at the top and get another 3K to secure that last round. Beautiful re-clear from Texture there, but Peditech getting ahead right here. The deciding factor for this Heretic squad.
Yeah.
He's won so many rounds for them in this half.
He was good on Breeze too. I mean, he was good on Breeze, he was good on Heretics. A lot more fight out of those Niños in this second map of this best of 5, but the need to respond continues. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Doug and Baby Bay. Much closer half this time around, and it just felt like Heretics, they love going to that A site.
Yeah, they do. Time and time again, they were going to A. I mean, in the last few rounds, we saw them switching things up, but it literally looked like the win condition for them was dealing with Texture and that first opener that he was going after time and time again. Him and Lakia were hard defending this side, and as I'm saying, just one round after the other, they had to deal with the fact that they were probably going to be one man down.
Gen G has really good, kind of varied looks on how they approach this A side. It's almost always going to be aggression at some point in the round. They have some rounds where they're going for the super early aggression, catching you off guard, and in other rounds they're waiting for this kind of mid-round timing and then getting in your face. And they have these really strong combos between that KO, between that Gecko, to get Texture these openers. He's been dominating in the first kill department thus far.
This is unfair, I feel like, for Wood, but as the side switches, Josh, what do Heretics need to do? Because Texture's job seemed very, very simple. Do you think Wood just needs to replicate that?
Oh, for sure. Like, we need to get Woot online, and I think he can run the same kind of style that Texture was playing. He can be aggressive in the beginning, find a first blood, and then fall back, and play a little bit in that elbow area just to see if they can get another kill. But like, once he gets those first bloods, like, I feel like his confidence will come back.
The same. We need Rian's, we need Peditech to be setting up Wood the same way that Lakia was helping Texture time and time again if we want Heretics to turn this around.
Yeah, and I want to see if they can win this pistol round as well. It's time to send it back to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay, and get the second half underway.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Heretics have given this crowd reason for hope as they close things out and kept it competitive at the end of the first half, but it's not over yet. Still down 2 rounds. The ever pivotal pistol has to go their way. And now it's Gen G, who again were so bellicose in the first half. Now it's on them, and they have a lot more room to be able to dictate the pace. A little bit of info gathered, but perhaps a false sense of security. Where that other player might be. Flash over the top. Benji Fishy not on the swing, texture false. That's a big one, Dre.
Who other? The man is still here. He's still firing.
Oh, you can run, but you can't hide. Locky will hunt you down. Meteor getting in on it as well. Again, a pistol that's so desperately needed to go the way of the defense. It's just ending in a whimper.
Even the plant that doesn't get seen from heaven. Small things like this. It's all going their way. They're aware of all the possibilities right now.
Last player standing.
Nice trading on the site from Munchkin. And that dagger does connect on a boost, so that's full info gathered from Gen G.
I mean, he even tried stepping it, just a little short on it. Now realizing there's no way to go but forward. There's no option but to fight. A 1v3 has become a 1v2. But Karn saves the day for Gen G.
And when Gen G sees something they like on the silent walk-ups that they do, yeah, they're still down numbers. They get close to you and they just explode and obliterate anything in their path. It's one of the hardest playstyles to play against. Because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you peek into them, they can punish you. If you don't, they can silently walk up and then just smother you on the actual site.
Yeah, and then punish you. Yeah,
Yep.
You're right.
It's so difficult to play against right now. Every team has tried to figure it out, and they just can't. But Boo can figure out how to take the head off of Texture with that Sheriff.
Remember, he died at the beginning of the previous round too.
Poor lad.
Problem with the buy for Heretics right now is there is none. So they have to be so much more concerned and so much more invested in moving as a pack. Strength in numbers.
That opening kill for Boo could open up the retake for them, though.
Here.
Kind of makes you scared on the attacker's side. You don't want to go back and have to re-clear all that aim in. If you do, you might get picked off as well. An early tap here from Gen G, trying to bait out any utility, but nobody from Heretics showing a single damn thing, Doug.
Patient. Trying to lure Gen G into fully committing. Trying to have them step all the way into the trap before they strike.
And Meteor, he's re-cleared some space at A, but the time is running down low. If Gen G connect, if they commit onto this B, I mean, they're gonna run into a bunch of conflict.
You got Benji Fishy who's holding mid as well, so if the plan is for Meteor to hit a late mid lurk, Benji Fishy would have been the problem, but he's the first to fall.
Bomb's not down.
13 seconds left. They've got to commit. They've got to find a way to stabilize. Cauterize the bleed and capitalize on the situation. They're so weak, Dre. But Locky on the swing. 21 HP, no bullets left. They've gotten the spike down. Rienz is there. Munchkin, 1 HP. Can he be the architect to save the round? Can he put the pieces together? Can he build another clutch moment? Rienz and Wu with crosshairs trained will drop him.
What a round for Team Heretics.
Thrifty.
The poise to just sit there and not get baited by the first tap. Patatek had that molly the entire time. Once the actual bomb gets planted, that's when the molly activates. And the time just runs too damn low.
Take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time. It was all the way of Sheriffs.
Enemy remaining.
What a beautiful hold. We talked about how they were trying to bait them in, slowly lure them in, tantalizing them in. And as soon as they take one step too far, it's over. So now 2 rounds separating the two. Now it's on Gen G to try to replicate some of the magic that Heretics just hit them with. Just pistols.
A good dink with the pistols onto Woot. He's gonna be forced back now, so that's some space gathered at B.
He's still been quiet. But Heretics are in this fight, in spite of that.
Yeah. He did get 2 kills in that last round, so maybe that is enough to be that spark, that fuse of lightning. As I say that, it's Texture to diff him again.
Woot looked like he had the fastest hands in the game this tournament. There's nobody who could stand to him. Nobody quicker on the draw. We're watching an entirely different player here. Heretics will try to hold them back, though. A lot on the shoulders of Patatek. Rien's around the corner. And the cutting of noise. Force Heretics to think twice about this here. They've invested the Thrash. Rien's will get tagged. Patatek up top. Can he find some space? Yes, he can. Only one kill found, though. How much more can he do? Not much. He will fall. They can't settle the shots. The Sheriffs again are a problem. Boo in a 1v3. Munchkin has upgraded a weapon. But the amount of utility, the amount of health that they have in aggregate is so low. And that's a big delay from Boo. With 13 seconds left, he's got to commit to it. He's got a firing squad around him. Secret Service to protect. Mission accomplished. But now you hit phase 2. Now you need to drop Boo. As he creeps forward, quietly slithering his way into the site. With no one to detect, no one to delay. How much more space can he find? Utility cycled up. Forced to sit back on the other side of the wall. And now he's spotted. Know where he is. He's able to spot one. The other two are weak. 40 HP amongst both.
Toxin screen down.
As Boo has to make a play, and it's a back-to-back MasterCard Thrifty. This one the way of Genji.
Genji, constant fire in the face of failure. They bring that one back. Texture with the opener. A beautiful peek. And the trading on site, Patatek. He was looking so good in Nest. No utility hitting him the entire round.
Not like this, man.
That's exactly how it happened, brother. And so again, now 3 rounds separating these two. 2 rifles in the hand of Heretics. But Woot with no armor. Boo's already dead. The hopes of the round rest on porcelain prospects for Heretics. The dash through, the flash over the top, the swing from Texture is too damn clinical. And now they can turn their attention on getting the spike down. Now they can turn their attention on assuming their post-plant positions. Just when it seems like Heretics have a spark, just when it seems like they found some footing, the rug is pulled out of under him. But Rien's with that Vandal, light armor, making a run at this. He's gotten his one, already tagged up though. On the swing, Patatek getting in on it. We're gonna have it again, aren't we? A 2v2. Karen spotted. Rien's has to go though. Trying to turn the flash. A great shot from Rien's again. Can Munchkin clutch it out? He's got the shots onto him, but it's another. Rien's with 4. The defuse comes through. Make that 3. Back to back to back.
This map just keeps delivering. We gotta run that one back. A 5v3, it looks so promising for Genji.
Enemy remaining.
What a spark that kid has been. Rien's has been, yeah. I mean, Rien's has been quiet sometimes throughout this tournament, but what a cornerstone. Ooh, getting tagged by some of the utility, not able to take the aggressive line that we saw Texture strike from. But does he try once more? Not able to land the shots! Texture's blades. So accurate, so deadly. Now they've invested the Hunter's Fury as well. Lakia falls.
Spike down.
Texture dancing around it, staying alive. Now a little bit of cover, a little bit of time, and a little bit of space. That doesn't feel good.
Spike planted.
Not enough to find a kill. 5 rounds in a row. You take a look at it one more time. You called it, Dre. All of the ults that Heretics had to invest. And then, of course, kills like that end up being the difference maker. They look sleepy on Breeze. But holy smokes, those kids have woken up.
Such a mind-blowing half. And they're not done yet.
5 in a row. Heretics with a 2-round lead. We've got a fight on our hands. Patient on the swing. Texture not able to punish. 20 and 15 from the Star.
Jeez.
But the demand for more is so great. This is a really nice position from Meteor, but he's got the alarm on the other side. It doesn't matter. Catches Benji Fishy with his pants down. Boo on the swing. Genji falls once more. But they've kept it competitive. They've gotten into a 2v3. Meteor's 1 away from his ult. Settles the shots on 1. Too many targets on the other side. Munchkin forced to make a monumental play here.
Does have the Molly online, so if this tap comes through, they'll have to use that Molly, and that will allow Heretics the opportunity to just swing together here.
There's the tap, there's the Molly. Boo and Rian's waiting for the challenge. The orb goes up. It's all a guessing game now. There's not a lot of time here. He's got to hold this. Oh, is there enough time? It's gonna be close. Oh, it's so close! On the edge of their seats, Heretics take us to map point.
I cannot believe how close these last rounds have been. I mean, yes, Heretics have taken away the last 6, but it's been down to the wire every single time.
I mean, 0.06. The thinnest of margins.
It's preposterous.
An op in the hands of Woot. Still quiet, but honestly, at this point, who gives a damn? What a half from Heretics. Genji have a couple of tools, though. They have Meteor's ult, they have Lakia's ult.
But if you're Heretics right now, you might read into this. They've gone B the last, 3 rounds in a row. And they've gotten stuff denied.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here, though, is Patatek, he's got his ult. Think about how many times we've seen it already. As soon as the Thrash goes down, Patatek responds with his ult.
Exactly.
And I wonder if that's what they're looking to bait out here.
Initiated.
First to the lockdown.
We've seen him break this before. Is he going for it again? The Molly connects. Is the shot gonna land? It breaks!
And they still have the safety valve of Patatek's ult. Lakia hanging on to his for now. But understanding the game of rock, paper, scissors doesn't go your way. Spacing a little awkward there as Texture tries to find a little bit of room to work. A little bit of space to get active. But he will fall. The tap, the first. Almost all members huddled up onto the side, but Heretics get him down to 2. Can Munchkin deliver a miracle? He's been spotted, he's been hatched. Team Heretics are not done yet. They punch back, they counter on Icebox. There's fight in these kids, and there's plenty more to come. Map 3 on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
First half was shambolic. Biggest disaster.
Woot! You are back! Let's go! Woot! Listen to me, very important. Dodge the knife on A every time. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35.
You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
I need a lawyer. for this. Those were hard days.
Representative, sweat.
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
The bad boy look is overdue. The cops are chasing down everyone. Nobody is safe. That's ever done. That's a helicopter. I do it proper. I go wherever that offer. That's down south. That's New York. That's LA. Slow. What they talk about now? Read the news. It's all about how they need the views. I look around, try to read the room, just thinking, what more can I do? Protest, don't let up. Stand in formation. Show what is going to come. If they try to shut us down.
What's up, everybody? I'm standing here right now with two very special guests. We have none other than Anna Donlan and Leo Faria. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We're all tied up.
I know. Everything is so crazy. And Leo, we just heard that crowd. How has it felt like to bring an event to China?
Oh, it's been so great. Look, we launched Valorant in China last year, and we knew from the get-go we wanted to bring an event here. And it's been incredible. Like, we've got to spend a week here now, walk around the city, see players, hanging out, doing a bunch of cool stuff. We had a bunch of activations around the city. And I think getting here, it's one of the, Mercedes-Benz Arena, one of the most iconic venues in the world. And just seeing the crowd has been phenomenal. I'll be honest, we got a little nervous when all the Chinese teams got knocked out. We're like, are fans gonna show up? And they did. We sold out in 20 seconds, and they've really, been supporting the event. And we're very happy to be here.
Oh yes, we can definitely hear that as we walked on this stage, right? And we also had some big news recently. We had Valorant console that was announced. How has that been received from your point of view?
I mean, really, really well so far as we can tell. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we did the announcement, but so far the reception seems really, really good. Teams have been working on this for a long time, and for us it was like, we're only doing console if we can bring the true Valorant experience to those platforms, and so that took a lot of work. And so I think the team at home is like celebrating in this moment because we're finally ready to share it with players, and we'll see what they think. We're so excited about it though, so excited.
I cannot wait as well. And finally, what do the Valorant audience have to look forward to for the rest of the year? We'll start with you, Leo.
we still have a lot of season to go. We're going to go back from Master Shanghai straight into International League, straight into Stage 2. We're going to crown the champions of the season. And then, of course, teams are going to qualify the champions. It's always the culmination of the Valorant year. That's where we pull all the stops and throw a big spectacle. We cannot wait to go back to Seoul. And I think this is shaping up to be our best champions ever. So we're very excited.
Anna, what about you?
I think it's going to be the best champions ever, too. I mean, every time we do one of these big events, it takes so much for all the teams involved and players involved. It always feels like the end of the year. Honestly, it's halfway. We're halfway through the year. So there's a lot more to come. Teams focused on getting console out, focused on an amazing champs. And honestly, we still have game changers and some more stuff coming out in the game. So more to come, for sure.
It's never ending. It
never ending.
We have such a dynamic game here. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit in for this little interview. We have so much more coming up. And of course, the grand finals of Master Shanghai will continue.
It will indeed, and it will continue just that much longer because Team Heretics, they managed to secure a map here in a best of 5. I've got Josh RT, Kakuka, and Mimi with me once again. For a second, it felt like maybe we're gonna a 2-0 here for Gen G, but no, Kakuka Heretics, they hit back pretty hard.
Time and time again, them and their retakes, yes, some of those rounds became a little bit too close for comfort, but they managed to close it up in a map of their choice.
Well, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Rian on a map that Mimi was on it.
Yeah, this map was retakes. I think the two of them, we've talked about it before, are super well coordinated on their util usage, but also when it came down to these late rounds, these guys were shooting. Team Heretics is a team that has a lot of stars that can step up, and I think they really proved here that it's not just the Woot show to go on this run.
But as we head into the next one, though, how dangerous would it be for Heretics, Josh, if Woot isn't able to show off the way that we've seen him so far in this tournament? Because Ascent is up next.
I think Heretics just proved that like they don't need Wu to just pop off and they can win with the fundamentals. I saw that in that last game. In the low number situations, they were able to trade out and convert those like retake scenarios or all those scenarios that like they didn't win in the first game. So hopefully that continues and they can just keep up with that momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And now that they're starting on the defense, maybe just with the fact that they were able to close this one out, the fact that they're starting on the defense, it might even means that it goes the distance. I'm honestly way more concerned about that second half and what is going to happen when it has to be them on the attack against one of the strongest, even not the strongest Ascent defense that we have.
I mean, you know what happens.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Don't have to bring that up this soon. But yeah, I mean,
happy moment for him. Yeah, they did great. They came back.
Oh yeah. I was thinking about Gen G's defense.
I was thinking of Gen G too.
Okay,
yeah.
my bad.
And Gen G's defense, I mean, Josh, you've played against it, is really good on this map. We talked about some of the kind of varying of the forward plays on Icebox and their retakes. They excel at that here as well. I think good protocols on that side.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to like point out that Munchkin lost a lot of 1v2s at the B side in Icebox, and I want to see how he's able to mentally recover into this next game.
This is the thing, though. You said that they don't necessarily need Woot to be the one to pop off for them to win. I think the story is the same for Gen G, Kakuka. You know, we've seen maps where Texture wasn't necessarily present, and the rest of that team managed to carry him through.
And hear me out. Even though this is Ascent and we're going to be looking at the Jets, I am looking at Karon. He is the clutch king on this map. Same goes for Meteor. Both on each extremities of the map when we go into that defense are going to be super, super important.
But this is Texture's map for Gen G, and at this point in the series, this is where I'm starting to look at that mental for Gen G. They've talked about it as an issue in Pacific. It was the issue in Madrid. They were favored to win that final. They were up early on, and then they lost the map, and the map 5 of Icebox slipped away from them. It's a different team than they were then, but still keeping this mental strong, bouncing back, recovering on a map that should be very heavily favored towards this Gen G squad is going to be really important.
They're men now. They're men.
Sure, but if they lose this map, I'm very worried about Gen G for the rest of this finals.
But on the other side of this, this was Heretics permaban forever, and they let it through against G2, and then they immediately went back to banning it again. So I feel like a mental side perhaps on the side of them as well, as we take a look at the Asian select, and they're going to bring in a Killjoy, yeah.
I mean, we're not surprised. This is just the standard composition. Yeah, probably Benji felt more comfortable to be on the Cypher, but Khelte brings you a lot more to do, especially slowing down and affecting Genji's attack. I'm honestly concerned about how Genji's going to deal with those post-plants and those retakes that Heretics has been so good in so far.
Yeah, this seems to be a pattern. Benji switching over from the Cypher to the KJ. What do you make of this?
I think Cypher gave some unique abilities to help him play out the defense that gave us problems. I believe the Killjoy swap is for their attack and making sure those like mollies are in the right spots to block out the rotation spots. So I expect a better attack from them here.
They're starting on defense as well, though. Benji and Boo are great anchors on this map. If they can get a strong start in this third map, it postures Team Heretics for a great chance to win this final.
Well, it's 1-1 on the board, and the momentum is on the side of Team Heretics. Doug and Baby Bay, let's get us back into game.
Yinsu, it would be my absolute pleasure. Map 2 was a gift, and Ascent often delivers bangers, so there's very good reason to think we're going to get a little bit more of the same. We talked a lot, or the Des did, about the swap from the Cypher to the KJ. I'd love to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely for the attacking side. Heretics struggled to get any type of B main control with just the cages and the camera. It didn't really do much of anything, honestly, and that's why you saw G2 just absolutely punish them on their defensive side. So that is the change, but the question is, will their defensive side now lack? Because that Cypher, he had so much value controlling a bunch of different areas of the map, playing at 2 spots at once.
They're going to get tested. Gen.G had a field day with aggression at the beginning of Icebox, and they caused so many problems, but we'll see if it's a bit of the same. Lakia's drone clearing out mid, finding a little bit of space and getting any info that it can. But all this Killjoy utility, Dre, it's posted up. Hey.
Perfect for Benji Fishy, the turret as well. We've seen Boostio do this quite a bit. Saw him do it at Champs, actually.
Texture doesn't feel good here. He's taking 70 HP. Yeah, he's swung. He's found safe passage, but he's been put in a corner now, finding space, now getting out. Gen.G looking really good on this pistol, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
That's scrappy on the actual site. A bunch of players running through smokes. Woot will convert that kill onto Texture.
Got a little messy there. Woot deciding that he wants to take a different approach, and Lakia is a step ahead of it. Meanwhile, I'm not really sure how that happened. Pen that through the wall.
Oh, he's
got to hit the shot, dashing to his left, trying to fire to his right, and a little bit more spam. What seemed secure, what seemed safe, is now up for grabs, is now unsettled. Woot with 22 HP. He's gonna have to clutch this out, but again, they've got him surrounded, they've got him. Drop, Gen.G, get the pistol.
I mean, a flurry of bullets everywhere for Woot, getting a bunch of tags, getting a spam kill. And he's kind of online now, finally. I feel like Heretics have been waiting for him. Maybe now that he realizes that his team can do it without him. Allows him the space to breathe and actually just commit on some of these nice shots that we know he can hit. That being said, yeah, that was insane. That being said, Gen.G, they did a really good job of not falling early to those mollies of Benji Fishy.
Yeah.
And wrapping the site, going in and out of the smokes. That little bit of finesse, it goes the extra mile for them.
Texture played that so well.
Yeah, he lived for so long.
He's got a Guardian in hand now. That knife on the other side of the map by Tatatech, not going to tag anything.
And Gen.G, it was the anti-eco that didn't go their way in the last map that kind of gave life to Team Heretics. So you have to believe that they want to convert this. They need to convert this.
Give them an inch, and they'll take the whole damn map.
Yeah, and on a map like this, where you really need to salvage as many rounds as you can on the attacking side, I mean, it's going to be even more crucial than ever. Good utility being used so far to delay any flood from heaven.
Booz was in a really nice spot, but he cannot stand in the face of the Vandal. So knife will be invested out, still just pistols for Heretics, not really able to do much else. We got Woot with the Sheriff. A little nice bit of HP.
No spam kills this time around.
No. Now Rians is going exploring a little bit. Much to his dismay, he'll be met with an alarm bot on the other side.
Yeah. At some point, he's just going to go for the exits. Lakia picking up kills, Texture picking up kills. Woot still going strong. Whoa!
Yes, he is. He's gotten 2. But he's going to have to close out in an ace fashion if he wants to win this. Time is short, too. He's gotten 3. But Karen stops him. Gen.G get their second.
Nicely done from Gen.G from the beginning of that exec. All the utility was really good. Setting Texture up to get that kill onto Jenny with that dagger. But Woot, he's 6-2. He already has knives online.
You know,
viewers can't see it quite yet.
We talked so much about Woot needing to come online, Woot needing to be the spark, and Heretics showed us on Icebox that they can win in spite of their star struggling. The problem right now is he's the only one performing. He's the only one with kills on their side, and yes, it's early, so you can't imagine that will remain the case for much longer. Boo had a shot at it there.
Yeah, one-way disrespected from Karon there.
It's the Gen G way.
Oh, this silent walk-up. Perfect dagger. Oh. But they all dodge it.
And Patatek gets dropped. And now they can go forward with free mobility and free utility. Texture falls.
There was no follow-up from his teammates there.
He was the only one able to get out. You're right.
Yeah, there's a disconnect right now, maybe in the communication or what was being said in the comms. Something not going the way, and all of a sudden, Heretics, I mean, it looked dire for them in that round. Had that kill gotten converted or even traded, that would have been a free A site. Now they're forced to walk into the blender of the Killjoy utility. See if they're aware of the Molly's lane with that alarm bot. If they're not, I mean, this could be disaster.
Turret cleared. More to come. Benji Fishy not getting tagged by the knife, so his utility is still in play. Tries to clear the drone. The flash goes up. Meteor is behind him, and he has no idea. And even if he knew at that point, he was so blind, he was so deafened, he never had a shot. Now they can turn their attention over to B. Not concerned, not worried about the utility. It's easier now. Woot's playing on the other side of the smoke, dashing forward, but Meteor's there. Made for Heretics. Two of them coming in through spawn, and all three of them crumble. 4-0 the way of Gen G, as you mentioned, on attack.
Yeah. One of the best starts you can have on a map like Ascent. Fishy, fishy. I was blessing him last time with my words, and now he's done it again. The transfer, the entry here from Munchkin, it was so good, it looked so promising. But it just got stripped away by the multi-kills from the 1-2 punch you mentioned.
And you can tell Munchkin, as soon as he goes through that door, check switch. But it was a sloppy check.
Yeah.
It was undisciplined.
He second-guessed himself.
And that's all it takes. I mean, these tiny margins for error. Unreal.
Yeah, on Icebox, it was that pop flash that he did that connected on 2 of his players. Gave all the momentum on the side of Heretics. This time around, that little half check. Gotta feel like he's kicking himself in the leg for that one.
There's no time to think about that, though. Gen G made a little bit of noise while they let Meteor sit and wait. But now eyes towards B.
And the problem here is Texture has no dash, so he's gonna be met by a flurry of bullets. I say that, but that tag might just be enough to gain the space.
Oh, Riens handles that beautifully and then drops the dart, ready for the spam. Texture can't get out, he can't get in. What a play from Riens. The spark on Icebox. Now a full flame on Ascent. These kids seem like they can do no wrong right now. Oh, where is he gone?
Alarmbot's still up at mid.
Oh, Blue's got utility out. Punished. Meteor finding the right time to strike. And now attention divided with 13 seconds left. Karen's gotta go. He doesn't really have time to think this through. He will fall at the hands of Woot.
That's what I was talking about, that early dash in the A main. There was no kill off of it, so now in the mid round, in the late round, when you're trying to flood on a site, that opens up the opportunity for this Sova Dart to just get a tag on you, and that Odin. That was the demise of Heretics, so now they're taking a page from G2's book. Playing up close in the beginning, the spam game, flooding into back site, using utility. Patatek, if need be, can rotate over, throw the pop flashes over the top.
I'm so impressed by what Riens did there. If he gets tagged by that ult, probably dies. As you mentioned, doesn't have the dart, doesn't get the kill on the Odin spam.
Yeah, great mechanics.
Under pressure, under duress. One round between these two and a moment to settle and a moment to slow. Gen G's still in the lead, yes, and it looked so comfortable at first. And as you mentioned, you can make the compelling argument that they've won enough on this attacking side already, but honestly, it's an any given Sunday type beat right now. Anything can happen on game day.
And if you give the confidence to Team Heretics, they run away with it. And that's all off of mistakes that you made yourself. Gen G, even on the last He opened it up. He re-swung in through the KO molly of Munchkin. He's got his mojo back, his swagger back.
Then also, I mean, Karen getting lit up, can't do anything about it. That peak was perfect.
Oh, even that shot. All he saw was the hair off Munchkin's back.
He didn't even need the light up off the drone.
This is ridiculous.
So we're tied at 4. And they've all come in bunches. The timeline tells the tale. 10 and 4 for the Star with op in hand. 3 members. Texture being one of them, considering the peak right here.
Oh my
He's just on the other side of the box. Does he jump peek?
Here.
He's scared to.
Wood is also giving up the line a little bit.
A dart used in a main for Lakia, so
Careful.
unless Gen.G invests the drone into this round to clear out mid, it should be a free first blood for Woot. That dagger lands, but you might think he's a B main or something. There is the connection.
It was a slow burn, but Texture falls. Munchkin on the counter punch though, as Woot finds another. The smoke, the dash stays alive. Number still the way of the defense. Gen.G just feel like they've been spinning their wheels the last couple of rounds. It's not from lack of effort. They've gotten this thing competitive. They've gotten it down to 3, but of course it's bad attack.
Here.
Spike down. Lakia has delivered on this very site before. Can he do it again? It's not the same weaponry, it's not the same position, but the demand is arguably greater. Lakia down, getting one. Karen finding another. Can they win this 2v3 back? Rian's 1 away from his ult, but has 2 targets to find. Time is short, the drop is there. Karen gets his 3rd. Gen.G take the lead back.
Karen carrying the team right now with Lakia. The Omen flash, the TP. Boo had too many targets to look at. He couldn't fixate on one. And then Lakia, who just slowly crept out of that site. Job well done from the boys at Gen.G. And Woot, I mean, he's looked like a completely different player on this map. Karen, oh man, he did such a good job in this round. Biding his time, not giving Woot anything, and then striking at the precise moment that he needed to.
Converting a 2v3. Into the next we go. Gen.G with 1 round lead. We've got a couple of ults coming online very soon for the attack. There are plenty on the other side too.
Do you think they're ready for this move from Patatek and Wine? We've seen Gen.G try to disrespect that one way quite a bit.
We've also seen Gen.G be really sloppy sometimes.
Oh.
Here.
No second charge, no second swing. Nicely done to conceal the op. Right here. You assume, but now that you hear the Vandal on the other side, they're gonna rotate back into it. Woot's got a line. Woot's got a shot, but it doesn't land. Box a dash. Do they dare swing into him? Surely not.
So confident. Lakia is going to drone him off as he should. But now there's a turret still there that you have to break, and he's still holding his ground. Doesn't connect.
Tries to strike onto the 3rd, the 4th, and it's the shorty that delivers. Rians gets his. There's a casualty involved, but it doesn't matter. Because the round seems secured.
30 seconds left.
Lakia 1v3. Or else Heretics are knotting us up at 5 apiece. He's close to the spike, but time is of the essence.
I have the spike.
He has no choice but to go forward. The problem is, forward is not safe. Forward is not secure. We're tied at 5.
Woot absolutely overwhelming the opposition. I mean, he held his ground so much. At first, all the way pushed up B main. Gets tagged by the KJ turret of Meteor and the swing of Meteor. Then goes all the way back up forward, falls all the way back to here, and does this.
Get out of my... Plenty of reasons to smile.
Rian just had to take him out. He's like, yo, chill out, brother.
That timer's not moving, Dre.
Uh-oh. Trying to take a glance on the stage. Can't quite make out what the problem actually is. But while we have the time, I would like to talk about, obviously, Heretics coming back into this half, making it an even game. They were down, what, 4-0?
Yeah, something like, 4-0. It didn't look good.
Yeah, it was the back-to-back mistakes that Gen G made to allow it to go to 4-2 and give Heretics a way back into this game. If they can close out this half at about 7-5, it's something to look forward to on their attacking side for sure. But Gen G, I mean, they're really good at a map like this. I'm sure they'll take 5 rounds any day of the week going to the defensive side of this map.
I think most teams on the attack side of Ascent would.
Yeah. And yeah, now the roles have reversed. Woot is on the top of the scoreboard, sitting at 13 and 6. Texture is at 4 and 9. But this is nothing surprising to me because Jet on attack, I mean, you either drop 30 or you're sitting at like under 10.
Yeah.
And that's like a good game. It's just so hard to entry. There's so many layers of utility that you have to deal with.
Right, and your job is to create space. Honestly.
Yeah, that's literally it.
And if you get the kills on top of it, that's
W.
That's
Yeah.
icing.
Yeah, exactly. So nothing to be too worried about. But you can definitely tell that Gen G are feeling a lot of the pressure and those nightmares that I spoke about that happened to them in Madrid. They're slowly seeping in to this stage.
Those demons, those nightmares, they die hard. And so we are back into the action. Valorant fans rejoice, the delay is over. Tied back at 5. You've got 2 rifles on the side of the attack. Meteor 1 away from his ult.
Here.
And they've put Patatek back in line now.
Yeah, Gen G never cleared him out in the last round. That allowed the quick rotation and the Sova ult setup from Rians in the previous.
Do they clear him? That crosshair certainly is trained that way.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
They're looking.
They're looking, but they're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He gets his 2. Almost gets his 3rd. Meanwhile, the Alper at the top not able to connect the first time, but Woot does not miss twice. Again, as soon as the round starts, Gen G are on a back foot.
These are mistakes Gen G don't usually make.
But we saw it a couple of rounds ago. Remember the hit, the check switch? It's the same idea. These little boxes that are not going checked.
And they're paying out dividends to Team Heretics.
30 seconds left.
The feet of Texture will be seen. Doesn't get tagged up. This would take an absolute miracle, but he might get the opening right here. Can't even get one as Benji Fishy cleans him up.
gets 3. Gen G ties up at 6. That was a 2v4.
That's crazy. Well deserved.
We got to see that again. They looked so done. Look at Benji Fishy on the swing. This is what looked like the round was done for.
But Munchkin and Locky, the trades in main, they played together so well.
And then this. Munchkin, what a hold. 3 on the round to tie us at 6. We talked about how 5 could have been enough. We talked about how maybe 4 would be enough to carry you into the next. This is anyone's map now, and you imagine Heretics on defense will look good. We've got Devi standing by with an interview. Take it away,
Hey guys,
Nika.
we have another special guest with us. We have Devi from PRX. Devi, what does it feel like? This whole crowd is cheering for you right now. What do you think of this crowd?
Run at this, but Meteor falls. Karen on the trade. Wood on the swing.
Oh, so smart to get out right there.
That's perfect. It's beautiful. Tempting him in. Heretics get the pistol.
But this is where Heretics faltered in their last match on Ascent. It was the anti-eco. They failed upon it. Look at this double swing into market right before the Omen Flash connects. Benchy Fishy, the Killjoy with the Deagle. Maybe that was the answer.
That timing could not have been better.
Yeah.
Show for my body.
Good communication out of Team Heretics.
A calm response. Not allowing the moment to get too big.
Oh, Doug. Both these players in A main dodge the KO dagger.
Oh, the flash setup is so nice, but it's traded. And so the trap that was set up results in nothing.
Enemy down.
Oh, making a statement.
You've got to get through this cleanly. The hopes of a bonus rest on this round. If they can get through this and save the Bulldog, save the Guardian, maybe even the Spectre. I'd still go so far as to say you invest around it.
Exactly, and this approach right now is what you want. From the side of Heretics, the probe on the opposite side of the map. You have all info, nobody is B. And I guess it doesn't matter, you might as well go anywhere. Woot! Spamming through the smoke.
Cleaning it up with the Bulldog.
On the other side of the map, Benji Fishy just grabbed another orb. I mean, if they could cycle the bomb plant onto them, unless Charon goes down right here.
And he will. A flawless round for Heretics as they get to 8. But you're right, they min-max their way through that entire round, and oftentimes all we ask for is a clean round, right?
Yeah.
Save your weapons, try to take as little damage as possible. Heretics realizing the moment does not get any bigger than this. The opportunity doesn't get any greater.
Don't do anything. Yeah. Like, that was the B player. I think I might be able to walk out B.
Great job.
Yep.
The probe, the human probe. You don't need utility.
The walking drone.
All he had was a sheriff, why not? If you run into the stack, that's the cue to just go A and do the hit. That being said, this is the first gun round for Gen G's defensive side. Much like Patatek, Munchkin holding that A main space. Heretics more than willing to give all that space up while they prod up mid slowly, surely. Waiting for anything to come in their sights.
Texture's waiting on the other side. This is a really nice turret setup too, but the flash delays for just a moment, but you didn't hit Texture, and he'll hit back. A couple more spotted, 59 HP for the Duelist, has to give the space up, and Munchkin will fill in behind it.
An upgrade for Woot. Just barely misses the sights of Meteor. And a freeze to the round, waiting for any type of mistake the defense is gonna make.
Riens has his dart back up. Whoa. That could have been it. That could have been the opportunity, the possibility. But the thoughts, the potential of a bonus are surely gone here. Riens has upgraded a weapon. He's gonna have to 1v4 to pull this off. A paranoia at his face. No space is safe.
Texture waking up in this second half of Ascent on that gun round. Some really clean shots. That flick onto the B main player. That was a nice one. The follow-up utility. That turret getting flashed, that was kind of worrisome for a second. But it was all good. Gen G win the first gun round, and they win it pretty clean.
And there was plenty of possibility for it to go the wrong way. But they hang on. Exchange of utility at the beginning of the round. You see the knife already invested, a dart to boot. And now Heretics want to explore mid. And Alarm Bot will keep them at bay, at least for a little bit. And if nothing else, it's just info.
This looks so similar to the last round that we witnessed.
Alarm Bot spotted. Now Heretics have options.
Rocket might get caught in this timing. Heretics don't take full advantage of it quite yet.
It's another freeze. The knife's not going to tag anything, Cat. Meteor's aware of where the hit's coming from. He understands he's getting surrounded. It's getting real cozy. It's getting real claustrophobic in there. But Meteor on the swing gets another. With a molly in his lap, strikes back. Things slow down. It's a 2v2 now. Boo gets a spike down.
Spike planted.
And Munchkin is on the prowl. Riens keep him back. No, what a shot!
That was beautiful.
Boo in a 1v2.
Cover going
with so much to do. One way will provide some cover. It'll buy some time. We've seen a .06, and as every second ticks off this clock, the situation gets more complicated, more difficult. He ate the flash, gets the first. Munchkin waiting on the other side of the box. Boo creeping forward, closer and closer. Now the drop down, the molly on one side. He's buying his time as best as he can. He's playing the clock. Munchkin's gonna get the kill. It's gonna be close. There's not enough time. So well played by Boo. The Red Bull clutches. Heretics get 9.
Let that one soak in. IGL v IGL. Right at the end right there. Beautiful shots, beautiful trades, and so well played. The back and forth, and yeah, he goes down, he falls, but he secured the round. And he secured Gen G being put on a bad buy.
So close, such a difficult situation. You said you gotta let that one sink in, but Dre, there's no time to. 17th round is upon us, and the buy for Gen G, as you mentioned, is rough.
Shadows traveling.
It's so impressive how Heretics can just, within a one-day turnaround, couple-day turnaround, become a completely different team on new maps, new compositions. All 5 players, their macro game, their game sense, it's so on point to be able to apply everything they learn in such a short amount of time. It's so rare to find teams that can do this thing.
Coaching staff and the value they provided is incredible, but I mean, you can do all the prep. You can do all the work on the front end, but if the execution is not there, then it's all for naught.
Exactly, can you actually execute it? And this is a team that's shown us that they are willing to do that. They're willing to go the extra mile.
There's a lot of Killjoy utility here. Patatek does not have his knife up.
What a shot.
And it's cleared just like that. Almost effortless.
30 seconds left.
Got Sheriffs on the other side. They've got to know that that's the case. The Stinger and the Sheriff provide some value. They deal some damage. And it's only getting worse. It's a 2v2. It shouldn't have gotten it down to this, but Heretic stabilized.
Almost a chance there on the actual A site. That was a nasty shot from Karen. But the timing of Heretics, the trading, everything was just going their way. The utility, it was just too much when you don't have the gun advantage. I mean, Karen, he did all he could. This shot was ridiculous. That is disgusting. Benji Fishy on the lurk, the 4-1 coming out on top. The same exact anti-eco as the first time around. And it feels like this is it. Gen G have to win this round. An operator invested, an Odin invested. And I think this is why you see Heretics just going for a full B main.
Will secure the round.
Down A.
Patatek in a 1v4 with the Guardian in hand. Will get dropped by the op, and what a shot that must have been.
3 for Texture. Meteor, he had to run swinging through that smoke. He was stuck with a shock dart behind him, a molly in front of him. I don't blame him for going for that. And then the actual site, the anchors of A, who didn't move the entire round. They did a really good job of playing off of one another. Karen, the Omen flash, that flick, that quick scope, beautifully done. good execution from Texture.
And so Heretics will call a timeout, and the conversation and the possibility of momentum becoming a factor kind of gets sucked out of the situation for just a little bit. Things slow down, things stabilize. All of a sudden, you're not riding the emotional highs. You're not as much out of your seat. This is where you get back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, and the problem for Heretics is they haven't played this map much at all, so what fundamental
All eyes on the prize, the trophy, the crown jewel of this tournament sits between these two titans. Every time you glance across the stage, you're reminded of what you're playing for, what you're close to, or on the other side, what's slipping away. One round separating the two. Heretics on top. Got a couple of ults.
Standing ahead.
Gen G with plenty to play around.
Yeah, the ult economy is insane right now for Gen G. And something I want to point out is this attacking Odin. It makes me believe that we're going to see a B hit come out, because why else would you invest into an Odin on the attacking side?
Oh, he spotted him.
No way.
The lamppost?
Here.
That's what's keeping him safe?
What?
Here.
Crouching and staying alive.
He thinks he's still there. Surely he gives up that angle eventually, but if he sticks around for too long, he might get punished. Oh, the footstep made. I think here's that. Alarm bot's still up though.
Texture gives the space away, but you're right, the alarm bot will keep him at bay for now.
And everything that Heretics has shown so far is a lean towards A.
Woot has a smoke. He wants to try to play around this, or he'll just clear it. Forget about the element of surprise.
An early Killjoy ult. Meteor not liking the silence around the map.
Rian's having to invest the ult to counter it and trade it out. And will eventually get cleared. Remember Meteor, how well he plays this time, how well he plays this position. Now in a spot to do it again. As he hears footsteps coming through, Patek had him. Read him the entire time. Locky is on the swing and he can't find a thing. Spike will go down. Texture and Munchkin sitting back. Forced to rotate over. They've been able to clear one, but the trades are perfect. Heretics will get to 11.
What a call off of the timeout. That was absolutely ridiculous. A smoke in mid 2, a late knife A main, and it was that Odin purchase I talked about that kind of foreshadows the B hit to come through. There's no way you're buying that gun and going A. But they baited 3 members of Gen G to stay at A site. There were no KO flashes over the top. And yeah, Karen invests that Omen ult to get backside B. But Woot, it's the Woot show, baby.
It wasn't for the first couple of chapters, but it is now. Texture with the op. Has one boot, but Woot does it again. This is the Woot that we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament, at the beginning of the series. This is the Woot that was supposed to stand up against Texture.
The one that's been redefining what a Prodigy is. On a role that's not his.
They're so close. The flash over the top, they have to spam. And Boo is the nightmare. Gonna clean him up, and now they can waltz their way into A for free. But Meteor causing problems, dealing with pressure from both sides. He's able to alleviate a little bit of it, but it's too overwhelming, it's too great. Locky has to save.
And if I'm Heretics right now, once that ticker goes down enough to where you know it's safe, maybe you leave one guy there, I am hunting. I'm looking for this operator. I am not letting Gen.G breathe. The economy is fine, forget it. But if you get this operator out, you don't have to worry about that going into the next round.
I mean, you've got him in the corner. You've got him against the ropes with shoulders slumped and head heavy. And that could be the final blow to put him away. And so they will. Perhaps a bit too late, though. Locky will hang on to it. He'll take the op into the next.
Doug, you talked about fundamentals. In that timeout, what have we seen so far? We've seen a team that called a perfect round, a perfect fake towards A, leaving 3 players there. Into this round where once they're up 4v5, they're not peeking into A main dry. A KO flash over the top. Oh, wow. Watch this. Decimated. But this, the KO flash over the top, catching the re-aggression from Gen.G. And for the side of Gen.G, and for the side of Gen.G, a timeout. And also, in that round, when you're down 4v5, sometimes you gotta make something happen. You gotta get aggressive somewhere else, try to even the score. But right now, it's those fundamentals that you mentioned that Heretics have somehow learned on a map that they've only played 2 times this year. This is the 2nd time.
Heretics walked into this arena with memories of Madrid close by, right? They walked in, they couldn't get a thing going, go 0-2, an early dip out of the tournament, and they walked into Shanghai thinking, we're here to maybe make a run, but we come in with a sub. I mean, how much can we really do? They walked in as challengers with an Emperor staring them down in the arena. And they're the ones who are gunning for the crown.
Gen.G on this map have been absolutely uncontested. This entire year, they've looked so good on it. They've looked like one of the best teams, and right now, Heretics are sitting on match point for the next 3 rounds at least.
Right here. How do Gen.G respond? Munchkin has his ult. Another slow round. Knife getting a little bit of info, spotting Karen on the other side.
Enemy tag.
The drone only seeing one, and it's Benji Fishy, so there's no real reason to think something else is afoot. No reason for suspicion. Shock will deal a little bit of damage, a little splash. And listen to the map. You could hear a pin drop, and that pin is the swing! Meteor falls, Locky checking the smoke, assassinating Whoop, but getting traded. A 3v3 now as they've invested everything into this. Heretics not interested in playing any more rounds here. But Gen.G will not go down without a fight. They will not relent. So they take the 3 that they have forward. Knife will buy a little bit more time. Rienz is on swing with the drone. Texture cannot get in. It's uncomfortable. It's not easy. It's labored. Texture with some high ground now, dashing forward. Still torn asunder by his teammates. Not able to join up, not able to come at this collectively. And that spike has been ticking for a long time. Now committing, all of them huddled backside. Can they get him out of those pesky corners? They've gotten 2. Can Boo do it by himself? He's gotten it down to 1, but the smoke provides cover. He's got to check in, and he does! The Red Bull clutch from Heretics. Ascent goes their way. They've gotten this damn close. Now 1 map to potentially decide it all. Lotus, after this break, do not go anywhere.
1 enemy remaining.
You are safe.
Bro, you are disgusting, Woo. It's my man. This is how it... Best of 5. I'm telling you.
Do you hear that crowd, bro? They're all for us, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm reading them like a book.
I'm fighting CT. Bang! Crowd. Ah!
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's haunting you like a ghost. Am I the one that makes you cry or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. So everything was just a lie.
Hello.
I think it's hard to
બસ પેલું ખાલી કરવાનું હતું એ થોડું ઘણું થયું નહીં મળ્યું નહીં દેખાતું હવે નહીં આવવાનું મારા કે પતી ગયો હશે ઓફર કે કાલ રાતે જોયું કાલ રાતે નહોતું 12 વાગ્યા સુધી 12 સાડા 12 જોયું હતું અને સવારમાં જોયું ત્યારે સવારમાં નહોતું
Scuola di giocare a zombie.
Sì?
Scuola di giocare.
Bene. BJ થી જ લાવવા પડશે
Belum respon itu. Paling ngepotin.
અને અહીંયા ઝોમ્બીની લાઈને લાઈનો
It might just be happening. Team Heretics, after their performance on Ascent, means they are one map away from their first ever Masters trophy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Yingsu. I've got Josh, RT, Kakuka, and Mimi here with me. I cannot believe my eyes. What are we seeing?
The momentum is back for this squad. They really looked like they could be out of it after that 6-6 half. Gen.G putting together some great ideas on the attack, but the attack side from Team Heretics as well was great. Some massive calls in the mid-round from Boo and closing out some critical close rounds to keep this momentum with them heading into one map from this trophy.
And hear me out, it's not been easy. Every single map, they started off with the deficit. They have to turn things around. And when we think about how especially starting on the defense, they're able to turn things around, and the performance from Wood on this one, he's finally alive.
Yeah, he's back. He's
निकडे शांती राख बरोबर टाणी ना कर टाणी ना कर बरोबर कम बची थोड़ा ऐसा पहले
अरे काम तुझ्या मारे
भाई मान दूसरी तो फोन
Death match.
ऊपर तो भाई
Warm up.
भाई फोन आयो भाई के यार काम थी मैं तो यार फोन तो ऊपर मारा नहीं
सेरिफ लेवाने हो सेरिफ
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Fight!
Hit him when they're not looking.
वो गजब मारी रही है रूसी 145 बे यार रूसी तो मार ही रही है अरे यार 110 है अल्लाह अपना बनने 0 किल यार सीरियस यार रूसी दे पटका
Don't mess with me.
चीटर भाई वो तो ना मार बराबर लाइव स्ट्रीम बराबर अल्लाह મને ફૂટસ્ટેપ આવ્યા મેં તો હમણાં તું ત્યાંથી આવીશ આ બધા ક્રોસર હટાવો દે ભંગાર यार रूसी मार नहीं खाई रही हो यार बची गयो सो
Killed the Cypher.
अरे शिट
यार अचानक सेंसी लो થઈ ગઈ મને ખબર નહીં પડી રહી बची नहीं शिफ्ट वर्क नहीं शिफ्ट अरे शिफ्ट नहीं હું કરતો નતો હું ક્રોસર બદલતો તો તું મારી સામે ઊભો હું રાજ તો હમણાં સોડી તારા
110 से
कोई तो स्पॉन क्यों तो है 55
अरे 50 से क्या
स्लीप टॉक નથી કરી બરો यार रूसी आई के
अरे साला
आई के गणेश आई के કેટલી વાર કર ભાઈ મારવા નતું કીધું ખાલી આવવાનું કીધું એ આ બેઠો હોય તાકે નું પીક લેવાનું
अड़ी मार मजबूत अड़ी मार
Killed the Cypher.
145 से 145 मार
Idiot.
अरे मार
मैंने मारी गया था
बड़ा हुआ साला पचास
अरे 55 અત્યારે બી મારી જ રહ્યા બે યાર પડું पंचावन
पचास मार
Don't get up.
पचास
You're done.
पीक लो क्या ऋषि भाई
ले आए पीक पे किल चोर आ रहा
55 55 फेक डैमेज है
Killed their sniper. 3.
बे यार चुकी क्यों
बे अड़ी थी यार मजबूत अड़ी थी यार
बे यार तो खसलो क्यों यार एक साइड
अड़ी जा मार मार
55
1 minute remaining.
145 रेट बची गयो बड़े बड़े
Killed their sniper.
यार बड़ो
यार तो मारो गड़त तो मारो यार तर लाइव स्ट्रीम में नाइफ था ते वो हो जाए
30 seconds left.
4.
10 kills remaining.
55
10 seconds left.
बे यार
Call me when the world ends again. I'd hate to miss it.
हैं मने
सुगड़
मने पेनल्टी
से नहीं
खबर नहीं वो बीजी आईडी थी आयो चलो वो बीजी आईडी थी आओ
यार તારે ઉતાવળ છે કે જવાનું છે? હા વચ્ચે જયશ્રી ના મારી આઈડી એની જ છે ને તો આવશે જ.
અરે મારે ઓલી આઈડી પર બેન લાગ્યો એટલે આમાં બી ગોલ્ડ ઉપર ના 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 કોમ્પી કોણે કીધું હે કોમ્પી
અરે
રમી
કંપી જ રમીએ યાર હા યાર.
ચાલ ચાલુ કર દે મને કઈ વાંધો નથી યાર મારે ઓલી આઈડી પર બેન હે યાર એ આમાં તો ઓલું કુરુનામી વાળું બંડલ સોરી એટલે કુરુનામી વાળી આઈડી હે તારી
Match found.
Breeze map. Let's see. Speed. I can handle breach. I am the rage. I am breach. I am breach. I am breach.
લે પેલા કેવા છે સેન્ટિનલ મને ફાવે છે સેજ આના.
Feels like just yesterday I was chopping Khelte at the store. I wonder if that place is still standing.
कौन नो Jen favorite guy no right
हेलो हाँ भाई हाँ भाई
अरे यार
स्मोकिंग एमएन
मैं के एबिलिटी बाय नहीं करी
रमने रमता आवड़े तो मैं एबिलिटी घुस गए
Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down A.
अरे 75
अरे मैं बैठ गया मेरा भी हो गया रहना पे कोई नहीं
The offer stands. Take whatever life you need from me. She deserves it.
जोड़े स्पेक्टर नहीं है लाइन
Need a drop. Thank you.
ए मारा जोड़े भी है रिवर यार वो भूली
सेव नहीं कर रहा
आईडी नहीं है अरे ब्रो मैंने नेक्स्ट राउंड में क्या करा पता है
Reloading.
कुछ बाय नहीं करा था इसलिए बाय हेलो
B.
Pakku.
No sound. Cypher mid last मार.
Spike down B.
अरे my bad. गेको अंदर ही है, गेको साइड के अंदर है. तेरे हाँ तेरे वहाँ पर ही.
One enemy remaining.
साइफर मिड से आएगा.
हाँ 9 seconds.
Sorry.
Last player standing.
Everyone is off, Daisy.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
River. बहुत दाड़ू. आईडी में आयो छे. અહીંયા એક તો ક્રોસર હારા ને.
भैया छुपाई जो लोगों एक और वो आयो फ्लाइट
તમે લેना पता.
स्मोक करके मैं कॉर्नर खेलने वाला हूँ, ठीक है रे?
एक बार मिड का तो
ए मिड.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
वापस जा रहा है. इतना क्लोज नहीं है वो.
ये रहा भाई, क्या देख रहे थे?
Last enemy taken out.
मेरे को ये वाला फुट आया भाई. मैं स्मोक भी डाला.
भाई चूतिया बना है मेरे को.
अरे मैं खुद भी तो बना ना.
I need a drop.
भाई दे दो यार, भाई दे दो.
अरे ये ब्रिज गांड है वो.
ये भोसड़ी के पार्टी में बात कर, मादर के पार्टी में बात कर. पार्टी में बात कर लौड़े. बहुत मारूंगा. ये हारू ग्रुप. साला रुचि भाई. ओ रुचि भाई.
बीपर.
मरो તમે. बीपर हूं तो नहीं आवाना.
Enemy spotted mid.
Get ground.
Spike down B.
ये आगे अस्त्र.
One enemy remaining.
ये ट्रैप नहीं डाला.
Reloading.
Which reminds me, there was one time where I actually, never mind.
बाकी ले जाओ, मुझे जो यार. बाकी ले तो बाय ना बाकी. हट भी का.
हैप्पी दीदुल्लो. ये मारो भैया, हमारा भैया मारो भाई.
एक और करते.
No prisoners.
हमारा भाई ने लाइव स्ट्रीम में स्टन करूं.
एडवांटेज. बीपर.
मारो तब.
बेजार से.
You are divided.
भाई हूं तो नहीं.
बीपर.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike planted.
प्लांट भी देगी.
I know exactly where you are.
आस्ट्रा मिड से आ रही.
Your duty is not over.
Back where I belong.
स्मोक ऑफ किया.
डीप कर.
Last player standing.
ऊपर चढ़ी.
One enemy remaining.
Don't rush me.
अरे मां बड़ी लड़कर.
2 बंदे.
I know.
नाइस वन. चलो मरिया. तू चलो जोड़े रहो हमारा भाई ने मार
हम जीत गए उनका ईगो अगला ईगो है
खिलाओ जा तो मेडल आप
गाइस कोई मिड देख लेगा क्या देख रहा हूं
मैं देख रहा हूं
ये गाड़ू देख रहा है अच्छा
पर मेरे भरोसे मत रहना है देख तो रहा हूं
बस बता देना साइफर लर्क करता है
Multiple enemies A.
ए पर रीपर भी इधर नहीं रीपर भी इधर बता जा
और प्लेयर है एक घुसा कोई नहीं
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Spike down B.
Spike यहाँ
अरे यार बोल तो सही
बोल तो चिल्ला के बोल रहा हूं मैं बिना देखे बोल दिया भाई
सॉरी 80 टैग है अस्त्रा 80 टैग है
स्मोक में होंगे
स्मोक में नहीं वेट पे ही
अरे यहाँ से कीधु तो करे यहाँ स्पाइक छे यार
स्पाइक का बैक साइड में है ना
भाई
साइपर 80 है साइपर 80
Spike planted.
न्याती आओ कोई तो आओ जेड का तो ये
Multiple enemies B.
Last player standing. Last
Like
player
I
standing.
never left. Think I'll stay? Drop in a smoke.
साइफर का आईडी
One enemy remaining.
90 है तो 90 है तो
मैं जैसे ही बोलोगे इसी टाइम में कॉल दिया बड़े पे बंदे ओपन नहीं कर
पेट्रा अरे तारा गाना खाली दे क्यों
वो बोलते खाली दे क्यों
I need a drop.
अरे आपने बारी
स्पेक्टर से बाय तो आपको
अरे झूले जा रहा नीचे शर्म कर
झूली सो तो झूलना न
अबे ये पर जा सकता
यहाँ पे
मेरे ऐसा बोल
Spike down A.
अरे यार ये पे एक तुम फंसा लो यही पास में नहीं थे
Stealing sight.
उनका ईगो तो
Spike planted. Insecto.
एक स्मोकिंग कर ले स्टिक
One enemy remaining.
well played
यार के गन्नी स्किन तो लाओ यार
अरे भाई कभी दिख ही नहीं रही थी कौन सी गली
अरे लोग एक बात बोलो देखना बोलना ना ये सेज है ना बहुत नूब है ये अभी पता नहीं कैसे किल कर रहा है पर बहुत नूब
देख रहा है ना भाई तू देख रहा है
मेरे टॉप की डिवाइस अभी उसको बोल नहीं सकते
तू देख रहा है ना भाई
देख अब ये दो किल परफेक्ट रही उससे आगे नहीं बढ़ी
देख लियो अभी
Get out of my way!
यहाँ रूफ पे आ रहा है देख के यहाँ वन टैप है यार मिड और
Flash out! Clearing out!
Spike planted.
लड़की मेरे को
कितने यूटिल डाला
Last player standing.
ओ भाई
मेरा तो काम ही वही है बीच में देखना भी नहीं लोगों ने पकड़ा दी
सोवाले
Flawless.
तू स्मोकर लेके बैठ गया ना भाई दिक्कत हुआ मैं ओमेन खेलता हूँ
हम लॉक थोड़ी किया भाई मैं तो बोल देता
यार
अरे भाई ये गांडू है
मेरे दिमाग से निकल
ये ना वैसे बोलेगा कुछ भी ले ले तू वही बोलेगा कि मेरे को वो लेना था यार
चुप हो जा लुबड़े
कोई इशू
चुप हो जा लुबड़े दो किल वाले वेट पे चुप हो जा कंपी में मिस्टी खेलता है, शर्म नहीं आ रही?
मैं इको कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, शॉटगन कर रहा हूँ एक राउंड।
इससे अच्छा तो सेव ही कर ले, शॉटगन की क्यों ले रहा है?
बता सकता हूँ मैं इसको।
देखते हैं चल।
बी हेवी बी
साइबर का कैंप तोड़ देना, लगा हुआ है, प्लीज देख रहा है।
मिड जो जे।
ये टनल कौन देख रहा है? टनल कौन?
Cutting their vision.
You are divided!
Cutting their vision.
Let's go!
रोटेट मारेंगे।
Reloading.
पूरा गांव उनका बी बता दे।
जो मिड थी ना
पड़वा बता थोड़ी जगह रे यार।
Spike planted.
जेड़ा वो इधर।
लेफ्ट साइड
जेड बार आई जेड़ा।
There.
पूरा स्मोक अप किया, क्लोज पुश करके ऑफ ले सकते हैं।
One enemy remaining.
आप सेव कर लेना है ना।
Enemy spotted A.
अरे बेंच कवर। कोरोना में ले लेना सेज। तू मेरा भाई है, मैं तेरे को सेंटिनल दूंगा। ये डीप करो सुपर एरिया तू।
अबे
Clutch.
अबे मैंने कुछ किया पूरा आगे सेज।
Wow, Sage. When you turn it on, you turn it on.
पूरा आई क्यों यार?
भेड़ जो वेलोरेंट तुम्हारा पापा लागे कुछ नहीं ना।
हां ओम प्रकाश अंकल लॉन्च करी है चोरे।
वेलोरेंट तेरा पापा लागे आजकल। यार रुचि
भाई यार मार बोलो आई क्यों? भाई ए स्टीम करी ना आई क्यों यार मारा मा सच्चे में।
जो 4-5 टिकरी ने 5-4 है तू आप बरोबर।
भाई सॉरी यार खरे का मारा मार।
अरे वो 4-5 दिख रहा है, वो अपना 5-4 था अभी।
बी पर
मारियो। अबे दोनों एक जगह क्यों पीक ले रहे हो? ऊपर है देख फ्लो ऊपर है तेरे फ्लो ऊपर है। उसको पूरा कर राइट साइड
Feeling sight. Spike planted.
Reloading.
2 जन अंदर
3 सेकंड में
अंदर।
चलो स्मोक करो।
One enemy remaining.
साइपर लो नहीं है साइपर लो सॉरी। डीप कर जेट डीप कर। ये साइलेंट कोरोना में मार माटे।
तारा माटे ले लो
जोड़े कोरोना में साइलेंट अलग कोरोना में नहीं ले
जा।
नहीं यार कोरोना में यार
वो पैसे वाला है।
नथी मां जोड़े क्या दे रिवर क्या दे
सब
स्पेक्ट्रे फैंटम सेंटिनल समझो। रुक ला मार तारी बाजू टनल जो मिड जो टनल और एक डोर। नाइस वन जेट।
Back like I never left!
ट्रैप डालता है साला।
स्पाइक तो आई।
One enemy remaining.
ऑफसेट कर लेना अपना जेट की।
Spike तो અહીંયા જ છે. આ રહ્યું.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Team Ace. Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
तो यार मारा वो जोरदार था टीम एस કરીને આવ્યો કંઈક તો હવે ડીપ ના તો એ જોરદાર સીન
તમે છે ને
અરે સાચેમાં યાર ટીમ એસ
7-5 થઈ જાય પણ અત્યારે 6-5 છે વાંધો નહીં
બીપર હેવી બી હજી ગયો
Enemy spotted B.
મરી ગયો ના
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
पी जा रहा हूँ.
रेना आएगी मिड से देख लेना.
मिड.
Pathetic.
मिड जो रूसी भाई पड़ से नहीं तो.
They will cover.
स्मोक में मत जाना से.
पहले बोल लेता भाई.
रिलोड कर ले. ए पे जा रहे.
Spike planted.
जाओ.
One enemy remaining.
चलो नाइस वन.
डिप
ले लो उसका सेज जैसा मत कर.
भूल गया
भाई सही में बोल ये अपना 8-5 होता है.
Reloading.
Switching sides.
Tell ya.
अरे सांभर 8-5 एनी अमाउंट बोले थे जो ने नीचे थी एनी अमाउंट बोले थे जो 5-8 जो बनने
मुझे कहो रुचि भाई. हेलो
बोले
अबे मारा भाई यार.
अरे
यार तू दम
एक शॉट मारी ना वो एक शॉट मारी ना
रुक मन शॉट जो आते.
अरे
प्लेट 3 जो होला है प्लेट 3 के
प्लेट अरे क्या बे किल तो बता दे तुम्हारे लाइन दे से तो जाइए बोल
जो ला कॉर्नर में देना થઈ જાય.
ट्रैप मार
करेक्ट नहीं मैं वॉल करो फ्लैश करो. अरे करो.
Need healing.
Sure.
बैक स्टेप जो
गेको 42
One enemy remaining.
42.
You were pitiful.
यार हूँ तो શું કહું હું કઈ નહીં કરું તો બી ચાલશે. હું નીચે જોલીશ તો બી મને વાંધો.
तू कहीं करतो જ નહીં ઝૂલવાનું વસ્તુ અલગ છે.
તમે અગર વોલ નહીં કરો ને તો તમે
કરતી દીધી વોલ કરતી દીધી યાર કરતી દીધી कुछ
હું અગર બ્લાઇન્ડ કરીશ ને તો મને બી ગાર્ડ પડશે કેમ કે હામે વાળા નહીં જતા મારા ટીમમેટ બ્લાઇન્ડ. અને યાર ખાસ કરીને
બ્રેન લેસા એટલું ધ્યાન રાખી લે.
You are a fucking idiot loser પોચડી કે મદદ से नहीं यार दूसरी पे जोड़े मस्ती करूँ.
अबे मेरी
There.
कर ले हवा में देख रहा था. स्मोक रेडी है.
Still in sight.
बैक स्टेप जो
ये वो पूरा ही कर दे.
One enemy remaining.
આવશે અહીંથી આવશે મિડ થી આવે હું ન્યા ધ્યાન રાખું તો મિડ પર ધ્યાન રાખું
અગર હું મર્યો પડવા
આઈ અહીંયા
અરે
Do not fight us.
We doing this or what?
There.
हो जाएगा
शायद रहना खेलते हैं हम लोग
पर सब भाग जा रहे हो इधर आ जाओ कोई तो आओ तीन वहां पर चल रहे
मिड से
अरे मैं निकालता हूं ना लेट लॉक मेरा रेंज है स्मोक
मैं वो किल की बोल ही रही हूं कॉन्फिडेंस है यार
ये ऊपर केम गया
इमिन के लिए स्मोक चाहिए उसने
You disappoint me.
Dropping smokes.
Cutting the vision. Adios. My ult ready.
One enemy remaining.
जेट नीचे
Trevor!
Wall raised.
मार दो उसको इज्जत में
छह किल टडी करी
ना भाई लग नहीं रहा बाकी
6 किल टडी करूं
Need a drop. Thank you.
ए भाई शील्ड भाई ले गणेश भाई ले फुल शील्ड है
ले रहा हूं
हां तो सी
नाम देखो तो मारी सारा घर है
आने के भाई किल निकाल
एक ट्यूब से
रेना छे
Sorry.
Blinding!
पाछड़ जो हां बस
जेट और दो बंदे मिड है दो शेरिफ है वो मिड लेने जाएंगे
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down B.
त्याचे सी फ्लो अरे मैंने ही सिखाया इसको
Their lives are so meaningless. Need a drop.
ए बाय द वे YouTube पे लाइव देख सकते हो
Thank you. Need a drop.
YouTube पे लाइव स्ट्रीम है
बाय दो ने
Thank you. Need a drop.
इसका लाइव
देख ले रेना का लाइव
भाई हम नहीं है यार गरीब इंसान है
Thank you.
पूर्ति गरीब देगी
सर को ब्लाइंड कर
रुक मेरा अल्ट है
अल्ट ना कर तो नहीं करता
ब्लाइंड दे रहा
बैक से बंद ट्यूब से बहुत साउंड ट्यूब में अब बैक से बंद
Back like I never left.
Let's go!
ये सु वॉल का
सॉरी
बैक स्टेप जो उसी पे बैक स्टेप
One enemy remaining.
मारा मोनी सांपरी सारा
ये रिवर
Match point.
Good drop.
નહીં ઉધર તો જેટ માટે બાય કરો યાર 3 કિલ યાર મારે થોડોક તો મારું થઈ જાય ઇમ્પ્રુવમેન્ટ આવી એમમાં
થોડું કે તો કોઈ 3% भी ના કહેવાય
3 કિલ કહું 3 કિલ કર્યા અને તમારું આમ જોવા જઈએ તો કઈ ખાસ એવું નહીં ઇન્ક્રીમેન્ટ ચાલે તો 17 કિલ તો અમે 17 વખત કર્યા બરોબર
देखा था भाई तो
अरे कर दिखा भाई सफेद छोटी
दो पड़ते
we can throw the
Yikes.
Flash out!
निकलो निकलो मैं स्मोक देता हूँ
No peeking.
Concussing! So got.
બધા ત્યાં જ છે ત્યાં જતા રહો.
Thirty seconds left.
Planted.
बैकस्टेप देख मैं इधर देख रहा हूँ बस आ रही है घूम के आ रही रीना
One enemy remaining.
जी गाइस मजा आया
सही है भाई
अरे यार मैं था इसलिए मजा आया
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
Attackers win.
I'm bored. Let's go.
भाई विकेट मार भी नहीं आ रहा तुझे डुबले सारा शर्म આવે છે
સોરી હું 5 કિલ પર નહીં હોતો મેં 9 કિલ થી ગેમ પૂરી કરી એટલે હજી લોએસ્ટ રેકોર્ડ તો તમારો જ છે
9 કિલ થી યાર
તમારું કેટલું પ્લસ થી
આપણે પ્લસ થઈ ગયો ભાઈ મજા આવે
નહીં 2 મિનિટ તમારું પ્લસ જોઈ લેવા અરે રે અનરેન્જ છે બિચારો મેં તો 9 કિલ કર્યા તોય મારું 20 પ્લસ થી અને આનું 23 यार गणेश टॉप થઈને ફાયદો શું યાર મને તો 20 પ્લસ આપી દીધું મને એમ કે મારે જાણવું છે ओके प्लस 25% यानी तुम्हारा होता है 37 या 30 के आसपास नाइस सो हजी करवी चाहिए ये नहीं माने આપણે જોડે રૂસી એની આવતી દીવાની હું વાત સેન્ટિનલ 17 કિલે ભાઈ हैंडल कर ले
પેલી આઈડિયો ચટાચટ થઈ ગઈ પાછળ ના રૂસી બેટા અરે સમજો રૂસી ભાઈ સમજો ને
ભાઈ આજે રાત્રે બી થઈ જાય બરોબર આજે રાત્રે બતાડું તમને બધા ભાઈ
અત્યારે બતાય ને અત્યારે રાત્રે બતાવવાની શું જરૂર છે
અત્યારે મારે છે ને અત્યારે મને ટેન્સ વાળી ફીલિંગ નહીં આવી બાકી જ્યારે ટેન્સ વાળી ફીલિંગ આવશે ને આ ઈ
કઈ ટેંગ ની વાત કરે છે કે ટેન્સ ની વાત કરે
Match found.
બહુ માદરચોદ બાડો છો તમે એવા ગંદા બાડો છો તમે મારા ભાઈની ઉડાડો
What about some duelist gameplay? Initiator बराबर है नहीं हूँ चैम्बर I am चैम्बरमैन भाई इतना नहीं खबर पता है तो
देखो गाइस लाइव स्ट्रीम में आप सुन रहे हो હું સેવ લઈશ ને યાર મિડ પર વોલ નહીં કરું મસ્ત ભાઈ 3 ड्यूलिस्ट अरे स्मोकर ले लो प्लीज एक ओमेन हो जाता तो मजा ही आ जाता ચાઇનીઝ સમજતા હે
નહીં એ તને મારવાડી શબ્દ છે બોલ તારી ભાષામાં અરે જેટ લીયો રે બાબા એવું કહી દેજો કઈ દે વે કઈ કર્યો વે યાર કઈ अभी हारियो तो हमको नहीं करियो એવું કહી દેજો તને કહી દે તને
ओके ओके फिनिश ले ले पर हमको ब्लाइंड मत करना बस राइट ना हन होई होन हन जो हनो डन विथ वॉच पार्टी वेलो खेलते हैं भाई गणेश चुप થઈ જાય चुप થઈ જાય આ કરી દિયા ડરતી ગયા कर दिए બેટી બાદ એકલો રબીશું વેટ કરીશ
અરે પણ બેટ કેવી રીતના કરશે યાર એ ખુદ બેટર કોણ તને મળશે તારે બેટર
હું તમને તો બેટ કરવાનો રિવાઇવ કોને કરી જોજે લાઈવ સ્ટ્રીમ માં માં કસમ હું રિવાઇવ કરી દઈ જોજો
અગર હું રિવાઇવ થયો તો અંડી અગર તું જોઈ લેજો
અંડી મંડી ચંડી ઋષિ રંડી હવે થશે બરોબર
હવે તો જોઈ લેજો હવે તું અબ તું દેખ
અરે દેખ્યું છે કે તું હવે તો થઈ જ જાય આજે જોઈ લે હું બી શું થાય ડરતે ગયા એ આજો ટ્રેપ આજથી ટ્રેપ કરીએ કરતા આવડે જો હું તો કૂદી ગયો ભાઈ હું તો ના છું એ ફિનિક્સ લાના ઘોસ્ટ દેના ઘોસ્ટ
Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out. Dropping smokes.
Plant water.
Take the spike.
Going up.
Camera taken out.
ये ऊपर से ना आओ जो
You're out. Someone's deep.
Reload.
મારો ને હરા બધા
Last player standing.
No people.
બે છી ગંદો કે દો લે આ તો
हाँ अच्छी बात है
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait.
હવે આ કહી રહ્યો unlucky for you then એક તો ઋષિ એક તો કેવા ટ્રેપ ફાયર કરે કરતા જ નહીં આવડતું
બોલાય પ્રકાશ અકલને બોલાય ફટાફટ કરે એ જને એક તારીખ કરશે ને 30% એમાં ટ્રેપ ફાયર દે દે
યાર પપ્પાને વચ્ચે લાવે લોકો મને ગમતા થઈ ગયું બધું
હા
ડરી જાય મારા સામે વાત કરવા ફાટી જાય લોકો
એને શિટ પાસ બાઈક તારે જોઈએ અચ્છા
મંડી મંડી એ ઓલા ઓલું લીધો અલ્ટ પોઈન્ટ લીધો અહીં
તો મારે
ટ્રેપ ફાયર મૂકજો ટ્રેપ ફાયર
Pew pew.
પડી ગયો તો ચલો
આવો કે
Refreshing.
સાઈડ
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
એક જગ્યા નક્કી નહીં કર્યો બંનેમાંથી એક જગ્યા નહીં પણ
પહેલી વાત એમ કે છે ને તું જરા ફરી રહ્યો તો ક્યાર
इंटेंडेंसी नहीं गई थी हाँ तो फिर कोई बात नहीं ओयो का होटल बुक कर ले और फिर जा चुदवा
अबे यार तू समझा नहीं क्या बोला मैं भाई
अरे तू तो चाइनीज था ना मैं तो चाइनीज सब्जेक्ट
समझ मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ भाई समझ थोड़ा
सुरती है
Dropping smokes. Here, catch.
101 से KO 101
Bomb buddy out.
Back step Ganesh.
Sorry, refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
Your tactics failed.
बस किसी भी अल्ट पहुंच गई
अरे तू अल्ट नहीं क्या करे मिड पर गंभीर फाइट चाले हमारी सीरियस एकदम
मरिया थे बंदे
अल्ला बोलो ना सोवा ने केओ ने बने मिड पर होए हमारे बोली थी
मार्शल फायर तो मुको मिड पर ट्रेड अच्छी कहू दो
Right here. I love this part.
Phoenix spike there.
You are powerless.
मैंने पढ़ी रे हिल कर दे
पर यार अल्ट पॉइंटर दे मत
हिल कर
फ्लैश
तो पोते
हमने हील करो
बे यार तो सु कोई
Careful now.
अबे स्मोक कर दे भाई एटलीस्ट एक स्मोक कर दे एक
Last player standing. Spike down A. Long.
ड्यूलिस्ट मिड पे जा रहे हैं तो फिर आपको लोग आ ही जाएंगे
अरे कोई मरा भाई पहले उसको देखने के लिए मैं गया तो देखा 3 बंदे हैं भाई इधर एक कहाँ जाऊँ मैं
एक साइड क्लियर नहीं करते कॉर्नर से
फिक्स पे खेलो 1v1 लो
केओ ने बोलो से आगे ना केओ को तो सही है
आओ से
Careful here.
रेना ये अच्छी रेना ने कहा
Dropping smokes. Satchel up. I want of these. Barrier created. Light planted. Grenade. Reloading. You alright?
बैक साइड
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
स्ट्रेट यार मैंने के तो कर लिया मैंने थोड़ी
Now
कर
that was the work of art. Reloading. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
आई जाओ ये पर आई जाओ लास्ट बची जवान का
जवान
आखो दी गेम रमे भाई मम्मी को पूछे
कैमरा में जो
Come on, let's
Dropping
go.
smokes. Grenade. Satchel up.
Careful now.
Wall raised. Here comes the party.
Nowhere to run.
Have one of these.
Bunch of guys, eh?
Right here. Dropping a smoke.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Ooh, nice one. मेरा भाई खेलेगा मेरा
What will
भाई
it be this
तोड़ेगा
time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
I need a drop.
भाई गणेश रिवर आपका प्राइम आप
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
क्यू का नाइफ आएगा पीछे आ जाओ क्यू का नाइफ आएगा
बे तुम्हें कैसे पता चला
भाई गेम सेंस बोलते हैं इसको
हाँ आया था मिड में
Satchel out. Enemy spotted B.
Going up.
Spike down B.
Scouts down.
I have retrieved.
Watch your eyes.
अबे
उधर ही
100
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet.
nice one
नाइस वन ला नहीं तो गणेश तू क्या दे रहे हो
Wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene.
Right here. Can someone get this?
आपते बाय
Thank you.
साइफर देना 7000 है 7.5
अरे भाई ले यार क्या मना करते
स्पाइक दे साइफर
I'm here to stay.
Satchel out.
Dropping
ये आटा
smokes.
खुशी देता
My ultimate is ready.
Your duty is not. Reloading.
I know exactly where you are.
Careful now.
Eliminated.
My ultimate is ready.
Last player standing.
अबे दो
Drop in a smoke.
स्टैक तक है
Say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
कौन सा रैंडम है देना
गेम सेंस भूल गए जो विनिंग यार बनी खबर है અહીંયા જો અહીંયા હું હકી ગયો હું વોલ કરીને પાર કરી
Watch your eyes. Flash. Come on, let's go. Someone's beat.
Dropping smokes.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
ए यार
Careful now.
अंदर जाए देखो
My turn.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Embarrassing. Got spike.
हुआ तो डैमेज है तो पर खबर नहीं क्या
Ooh, that's going on a highlight reel for sure.
My ult is ready.
You are really aggressive. I'm impressed.
भाई यार ऐसा है
फैंटम आप दे दो नचे फैंटम
ना वेंडल लगता अरे वेंडल नहीं फैंटम चलो
Time to explode.
Dropping smoke.
Satchel out.
नजीक मत है मैं कीधू ना
यार लगा ही था
ए बॉल तोड़ी
Enemy spotted A.
Here goes the party. No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading.
Shoot you. Assist.
I need a drop. Cheers. I need a drop. Cheers.
Let's make some chaos.
Nice one.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Dropping smoke. Plant the spike. Planted. My ultimate.
अबे यार
I'll just let you think about that one, alright?
क्या last round है?
फल बैंग लग गया है.
Last round in the half.
We lose our money after this. Might as well use it.
कैमरा में जो पेटा मेरा वो कैसे अंदर
No stopping now.
मैं तुम्हारा कैमरा में नहीं देखा तू कोई. हाँ.
जो जे
अबे देखा.
Satchel out.
Satchel
Satchel out. Dropping smokes.
Come on, let's go!
Here!
साइड के अंदर ही है वो.
Nowhere to run!
और टीपे स्पैमर है ये लोग.
Your duty is not over. That's a kill. Gotcha. Nova removed. My turn.
One enemy remaining.
कल लाइट का लगा था उन्हें.
Watch your eyes!
Peek in.
बैक साइड
Spike.
Watch your eyes!
No bra.
जो.
The
hunt begins!
Got you.
My camera is destroyed. That's it, break time!
Switching sides.
भाई जोड़ भाई. ये जुआ नहीं.
हाँ ठीक है तेरी फ्रेंड हो जा भाई तू अभी. किसका पार्टी
है? पर वॉल करिस. हाँ नहीं कर. वो पैसा है. એટલે ગેમ માં ભાઈ.
બીપર
આકુ બીપર મિડ પર વોલ નહીં કરતો ગણ.
No peeking.
60 60
60 हुआ है. 60 साइड से हुआ क्या जाता है?
अबे
60
Spike planted.
कहाँ लगा है?
Last player standing.
देखो गणेश जोइए. आगे ही शिफ्ट ऑफ आगे. ना ये नहीं जो है तू हगी हुई जो.
Flawless.
अल्लाह હું નથી રમતો આમાં સાઈફર મને છે ને ઓલું પાવે બ્રીચ પાવે પણ નહીં પાવતો
એ તો નખરા છે હવે બીજું કઈ
નહીં પાવે. મને એ વસ્તુ નહીં ખબર પડી રહી એક વખત હગ્યો અને એક્સેપ્ટ કરવામાં શું જાય છે તો હમણાં પર શું કામ ઉઠવાનું કહી રહ્યો છે યાર એ વસ્તુ નહીં ખબર પડતી લોજિક જ તો અમે બી હગીએ તો અમે એવું કહીએ કે જો જો આ યાર આવી કેમ પ્લે કરી હોય તો ભાઈ રે વાત યાર
13 की लवाई कर दी थी 13 की लवाई कर दी थी तो साला क्यों हंबड़ावे इतना क्यों आप एक्सेप्ट कर लो हमें क्यों एक्सेप्ट कर लઈએ કે અમે હગીએ જી ના હું કરું છું ભાઈ યાર તું યાર આવું કેમ કરે તું મારા આવું પડશે તાજો नहीं ला बी पर क्या ए पर आवे
अरे 78
Drop in a smoke.
साइफर आ गया
Enemy.
अरे
Spike planted. Last player standing. Team Ace.
हां साइफर आ गया बीजू कहीं
ભાઈ હું એક જ જાણું મિડ બી
You just don't get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
Stay calm. Calm. बोलना करूँ ना बोल जल्दी कॉपी भी चाहिए थे रिस्क ना ले पहला पीक लाइन जो आवतो है तो પછી કરું
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock. Drop in a
બોલ
smoke.
કરું જો બરો
No peeking.
मिड पर है ये साइड नहीं है साइड
નહીં આવે તો છે
तोड़ियो वायर तोड़ियो ये ओडी
Drop in a smoke.
अरे તમે આવી રીતે
હિલ
ઓપન
કર
यार આવી રીતે ઓપન માં ના રહો મિડ પર है तो भी साइड जो साइड मिड जो मिड पे वोल्ट की थी अरे यार से हुआ मादर चू अरे
No peeking.
आगे मिड पे
30 seconds left.
फटकारी है क्या गणेश आराम से तू
Well, 146 80.
कर टाइम नहीं
Oh, it's
Spike
1
down
HP.
B. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
1 HP. 1 HP.
Spike planted.
Nice. 146 लगा इसको 146.
Drop in a smoke.
अरे हाँ भाई वो क्या पर
वे सुन रहा है क्या?
Surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
नहीं दिए तो खुद मार लेता अपने भाई छोड़ यार भाई नहीं यार बुलडॉग अब यार रेस बुलडॉग दे देना ब्रो माचूत हाँ आ रूसिया की था वगैरह सू सेंटिनल बन से सू साइफर रम से
शिट मैं बाहर नहीं करूं बे यार शिट
તમે કઈ ના કરો
Drop in a smoke.
आई क्या
Can't use that.
I know exactly where you are.
one
No, 70.
Grenade. Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
My ult is
Yeah,
ready.
182,
Alright, lucky socks.
110.
Don't fail me now.
एक हेवी सेटअप करूं जो
चल रुक मिड पर તમે यार કીધા વગર સાઈડ ચેન્જ કરી યાર રૂસ अरे रेस क्या है यार, बार-बार ऑफ हो रहा है। चल मैं खेलना।
Nowhere to run.
जल्दी बंद करो दरवाजा।
No peeking.
मिड जो रोटेट ना कर।
Drop in a smoke.
है बस एक भी जाने कैमरा नहीं सेट किया।
रोटेट कर रहा है, एक जन खाली कर दिया।
Drop in a smoke.
Flash.
148
काटना के पाछड़े
लो बहुत लो है। Last player standing.
Opponent killed.
ये क्या
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
वो भी सेव करूँ पर जोड़े कहीं
तो कर ही सकते ये सेल
ना पण शील्ड ने એવું બધું નહીં આવે ભાઈ આગલા રાઉન્ડ માં સ્પેક્ટર અને શીલ્ડ જ ચલાવવી પડશે હવે રેસ શું છે ઘડી બડી ઓફલાઈન થાય છે रेस ए पे जाएंगे तो यार क्यों स्मूथ रमे साला
No peeking. Reloading.
बस मैं
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Threat. Watch your eyes.
Drop in a smoke.
Come on, let's go. Watch your eyes. Bunch of guys, hey.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
भाई फिनिक्स से क्या जाता तो इतना
I'm ready for a light show.
मैं एक काम करूं मिड पर वॉल छोड़ दो
Right here.
अरे તમે કેમ આયા ઓલો ફિનિક્સ આવતો તો તમારે એ પર બી પર
Drop in a smoke.
क्यों पुश कर रहा है
No peeking.
तुम लोग इधर से थोड़ा बिजी करो ना जब मैं बैक से बाहर आऊं
Spike
कुछ
down
भी नहीं कर रहे
My turn.
Last player standing.
सेंटर से साइड रोका नहीं जा रहा तुम लोगों से चलो घुस एक बार घुस गए तो नहीं हो रहा
Right here. Right here.
साइड पे घुस जाने के बाद रीटेक नहीं हो रहा भाई घुसने से पहले ही मारना पड़ेगा ट्रिप भी तोड़ दे रहा है बार-बार एक ही ट्रिप बार-बार लगा रहे हो विजन भी नहीं चेंज कर रहे
Have one of these.
एजेंट तूने अपनी मनपसंद का ले लिया तो कम से कम शांति से तो खेल ले
बैडगिंग में घुसा दिया भाई डिफेंडिंग तुम्हारा है
Get out of here. Enemy
अपन ने मार खाली
Eliminated.
अरे
Flash. One enemy remaining.
सोआ नो आइडिया नहीं.
Where is everyone
Spike
hiding?
planted.
Tagged.
हजी एक और करो मार. हजी एक और मार करो.
Last player standing.
जोड़े निकड़े.
Camera taken out.
ओ भाई
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
मैंने क्या जदू मैं
ना तुमने नहीं फिनिक्स
अच्छा मन लगे ड्यूलिस्ट अपाया ने
तमे ब्रीच का तो भाई सेज छोड़
नहीं पाओ तो आप डीपर हेवी
वो वॉल नहीं कर दो मेरे पर
Drop in a smoke.
अरे तो
होल्ड नहीं था तू समझ
Barrier created.
Nowhere to run.
अरे यार
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
रेना का आइडिया नहीं. हाँ उधर ही उधर.
Don't mess with this Diana.
देख फिनिक्स ऐसे खेलते हैं.
नहीं खेलना आता भाई मेरा
Stuff has
ठीक है.
not functioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
हाँ नहीं खेल रहा जा.
अरे वाले ने भाई तुम्हारे
तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई देखे
तुम्हारे रैंक कब है भाई
उन भी फेंक दिया बाहर छोड़.
अरे दे फटकी तेरे से नहीं होगा वैसे भी ड्यूलिस तेरे ना था यार.
Fight.
नहीं रहा.
No peeking. Get it.
ये न्याती टूटियो दरवाजा.
अरे बड़े वो
आई क्या
क्या भी पर आज बीपर
No peeking.
बे यार क्यों रिफ्लेक्स है.
I know exactly where you are.
क्यों गंदो जा रहा तू सारा कारण है जो बंदा रिवील से इधर ए पर प्लांट થઈ રહ્યો.
Spike planted.
रेना कायो छे मिड पर कदम. ना मिड पर. ओ पड़
यार आज किया.
Last player standing.
जोई
That's you, pal. My ult is ready.
जो दे
Dropping smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
अरे यार
नाइस.
Match point.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
वीपर
You are
Dropping a
powerless.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
Like I never left!
Last player standing.
I'm back. Refreshing. I shot somebody.
Spike planted.
नीचे दिन आओ तू
Attackers win.
डायमंड 1 ના પ્લેયર બી આવા નૂબ જેવું રમે ફિનિશ डायमंड 1 એ આમાં તો નાઇટ માર્કેટ में ઓપન જ નહીં કર્યું
भेज के